Hi, beautiful people. Welcome to this special report about the solar eclipse in Leo that is going to happen on the 12th of August. So, we are already entering the eclipse portal, and the energy is already very palpable right now. So, let me know in the chat where you are watching from and if you already feeling the energy of this new moon solar eclipse. The sign of Leo is one of the most positive signs. It's very heartfelt, it's light, it is fun, it is just very creative as well. It can be about a blossoming of your creativity, romance, or something that happens in the life of your children. This is going to be a positive eclipse, definitely if you are a fellow fire sign. Like, of course, Leo, it's in your sign, but also for Sagittarius and also, of course, for Aries, this is like very good news. We will be going over a lot today. And before we do all of that, I want to say a heartfelt thank you to each and every one of you that has been supporting my work for the past couple of months or even years. For the people that have been like booking in a session and sharing their stories in a very vulnerable way. It's thanks to you that I'm here. And actually, this special report is my way of saying thank you to each and every one of you for your trust and for letting me guide you through all of the astrological cycles and for supporting my work. It is all thanks to you that I'm here and I'm actually happy doing something from my heart. So, this is my way of giving back to the collective. But before we start diving into that, hi Monica, and we've also got Stain. Hey Stain, joining right on time as usual. Before we dive into everything, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe here at the Jean-Claude Beyond Mystic platform on YouTube. And of course, also here on Rumble. We are actually almost hitting a 100K subscribers. So JC and Janine are going to do a very cool draw. There is a chance for winning a kilogram of silver, insider access passes, and also free readings by Janine. There's a link for that in the description box below, so make sure that you enter this draw as it is free to join. And if you guys want to book in a reading, then of course you can also find that at the Beyond Mystic consultation page, and you can use Beyond Mystic to get 10% off. All right, you guys, we've got a lot to share today. So make yourself comfortable, grab a blanket. Although, if you live in the northern hemisphere, that will probably not be necessary as it's been very hot here the last couple of weeks. That is also because we have so much planets and fire signs, you guys. So I will also swiftly touch on that. But the exact day of the solar eclipse will be on August the 12th, you guys. So of course, I'm gonna like start with saying this. If you feel like you need to rest more, listen to that notion of your body. Do not make like any big announcements. Do not make any big choices on the day of the eclipse. I'm honestly not for putting attentions on this specific day, as eclipses are definitely wild cards, and there can be a very big like revelation, but do not act too quickly on the revelations, as sometimes the energy is going to have its time to unfold. So this Wednesday, August the 12th, a solar eclipse, which is a new moon on steroids at 20 degrees of Leo. It will be exact for Canada and like for Eastern time, that will be at 1:45 p.m. in the afternoon. So for Belgium and the Netherlands and Spain, that will be around 7 up until 8 p.m. set. The totality depends a little bit on like where you live, so adjust your time zones accordingly. But this is a total solar eclipse, and the totality will be going up to 2 minutes and 18 seconds. So, hi, all the people in the chat. Very happy to see each and every one of you. And Stain says, yes, feel guided to go inwards instead of outwards. Definitely the whole point of eclipses. Sometimes people really expect things to really pop off on the exact day of the eclipse. Although that can happen, this is definitely a very big time to go inward and definitely feel what's bubbling up for you. Hey, Nancy. So yeah, do not make too big decisions. Like if there are going to be consequences, that is something that you need to keep in mind. So eclipses, they are wild cards, they are fate accelerators, but wait a little bit for putting intentions. I would say 3 days after the eclipse is going to be much better to set your intentions and do all of your rituals. So do not go too crazy on that during the exact day of the eclipse. So hi John, I've also got Cree. So Astrid in the morning, no, it will be PM Eastern time, that is. So 1:45 p.m. for you guys in Eastern time. And of course, for Belgium and Central time is at the evening. So in the evening. All right. Hi, Kodak Cakes. And we've also got Brigintia in the chat as well. So, all right, let's start. We're going to start with looking at what we're going to cover today. So this is a little bit of like a map that I've made. And because this is like a mini workshop or like a mini webinar, here you've got like a little bit of an overview. And you've also then got some better notion or idea what definitely goes on during my workshops. So I've made this mini version so you guys have a little bit more insight into all of that. So we will be looking at what a solar eclipse is. We're going to see and look at where the totality takes place, who will feel it most. We're going to go over the Leo themes and archetypes, medical astrology, the light and the shadow attributes of Leo. Then we're going to look at the degree theory, the Sabian symbol, the fact that this is a south node eclipse. So this is actually a portal of release and a new beginning at the very same time. When we have lunar eclipses, that is definitely putting an emphasis on releasing and letting things go. But this is a new moon solar eclipse, but it's conjunct the south node. So there can be a new beginning, while at the very same time, you need to like cleanse out a lot of stuff as well. So a bit more intense than usual. Luckily, it is in a very like lighthearted, fun sign. So the things that you're going to need to release are definitely going to be replaced by way better stuff that is going to be more aligned with your soul evolution. We're also going to touch, of course, on the eclipse chart. We're going to look at the aspects that it's making. We're definitely going to also quickly look at the Saros series. And if this all sounds a little bit complicated, do not let that overwhelm you. I will guide you through it step by step. We're going to end also to look at the most important predictions for like the global stage, but also in your personal life. And then after all of that, we are going to be looking at each of the 12 signs, and that is going to be the biggest part of this mini workshop. So, because I know you guys love to know what's going on for your own sign, so I've like pre-recorded 10 minutes for every zodiac sign, and that will be at the end of the collective predictions. All right. With all that being said, let's look at what a solar eclipse exactly is. So this actually happens when the moon moves directly between the sun and the earth. So you can see they line up here. And for a very short period of time, now it will be like around 2 minutes, the moon is going to block the light of the sun. And by that, there is a shadow that gets casted onto earth. So solar eclipses, they only happen during a new moon, because that is when the sun and the moon come together in the same part of the sky. We, of course, do not experience an eclipse with every new moon. So the moon's orbit is actually slightly tilted most of the time. The moon passes just above or below the sun. But for an eclipse to happen, the new moon must be very close to one of the lunar nodes. And of course, if you've been part of my workshop about the nodes of fate, then you already have like a better understanding about all of this. But the lunar nodes, these are actually the points where the path of the moon crosses the path of the sun. That is why they are called the lunar nodes, and we also call them like the nodes of fate. So every eclipse takes place very close to them. So we can see the sun on the left, the moon in the middle, and the earth on the right, and the moon moves between the sun and the earth, and that is then creating its shadow. So of course, there are a lot of like countries that are going to be able to see this, but the totality is going to take place over some very important places on Earth, and we're also going to be looking at that. But just know that this is like a very powerful new moon. It's like a new cycle, but it can also like speed up events and bring like major turning points, as this is like a fate accelerator, you guys. So this is not just something casually that's happening. No, this is going to be a big one. And especially because it's also the first one in Leo that we have over like 18 years. So this is definitely, you're gonna feel this one, let me tell you this. And the effects are gonna linger up to like 6 months after this is like the moment where a seed gets planted. So let's look at where the totality of the eclipse is going to take place. So here we can see it. The orange is like the path of totality, and that is definitely like very important for some countries here. And we will also be looking at where the totality actually takes place, as I've also got another map. So you can definitely screenshot this or pause the video to look at where this is like affecting you, or if you're like within the path of totality. So here we can see the dotted line, and that is where it's going to be totally full. So this is actually important because this is going to be the first total solar eclipse that is going to be visible from the mainland in Europe since like August of 1999. So that is 27 years ago, you guys. So that is going to be having a lot of implications for Europe. And it's also like the first total eclipse visible from like the mainland of Spain since 1905. So this is actually going to be ruffling some feathers for the royal family of Spain as well. We can definitely expect some major changes in that. So yeah, it's also like the first total solar eclipse in Leo since we saw like the 2017-18 Great American like eclipse era for the States. So that is definitely also going to like ping back to that specific moment in time. So yeah, this is definitely also very big for northern Russia because it's going to like cross the remote Arctic region before it moves like over Greenland. We see it western Iceland affecting the North Atlantic, northern Spain, and a very small corner of Portugal as well. The Mediterranean Sea is also going to have an implication on that, but less than Spain. So yeah, what's been going on with Russia, what's been going on with trying to buy Greenland, all of that is going to be picked up again. So if you're within one of these regions, then you definitely need to be getting your eclipse glasses ASAP, as they are selling out rather quickly right now. And also like the eclipse is so close to the sunset, also especially for Spain. So it adds like another beautiful symbolic layer, because when like an eclipse occurs so close to sunset, then the sun is not only eclipsed, it's like also preparing to disappear beneath the horizon. So we could like symbolically connect it to like the end of a reign, the closing of an area of like a very big era, or like some kind of leader that is approaching its retirement quite soon. So there can be like an end of a dynasty or tradition, or like something very spectacular that is reaching some kind of a completion. So we could call this like the sunset of like the old king. So yeah, Spain's monarchy, the leadership is definitely deserving some special attention in this video. And we definitely gonna need to keep our eyes closely towards what's happening there. We've also got another way of looking at this eclipse, because here we can see the geodetic map. That is actually the entire world map divided into each of the 12 signs. So here we can see on the geodetic map that this is actually the Leo part that rules over the world map. Actually, this line should have been a little bit more here, as these countries here and these parts are also going to be implicated. So yeah, Eastern China, the Korean Peninsula, Japan, the Philippines, Indonesia, Eastern Australia, also, yeah, parts of Eastern Russia and the Western Pacific are all going to be majorly implicated as well. If you live in one of those regions, then the eclipse is also going to have a bigger effect onto you, even though the totality does not happen right above you guys' head. So who will feel this eclipse the most? Because a lot of astrologers, they kind of like within the whole pop astrology here on the internet, a lot of astrologers kind of tell that during an eclipse, every sign will have like the change of a lifetime and everything is going to change. While astrology actually doesn't work that way. You need to look at where this eclipse falls in your own natal chart, and I will walk you through each of the 12 signs later in this video. But here we can definitely look at who's the most implicated, and that is definitely if you have the same sun, moon, or rising sign as the eclipse, so the sign of Leo. If you have planets and angles in Leo within like a 3-degree orb, and what I mean by that is actually the eclipse falls at 20 degrees. So 3 degrees before or after, you're like in the direct line of fire in a positive way, you're definitely going to be more implicated by this. Or of course, if your birthday aligns with the eclipse, then happy birthday to you, my dear feisty Leos. You're definitely going to be in a major time of change. So thank you guys for all of your positivity in the chat. I'm really sending you a lot of love back. So other signs are definitely also like the fixed signs. If you're Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, or Aquarius, then the eclipse happens in a fellow fixed sign. You're definitely going to be feeling the change and like the fate acceleration within your own life. Definitely for Taurus and Scorpio, as that will make a square towards your sun, moon, or rising. So that is definitely going to be a very, very big change, you guys. Yeah, that is going to be very big. Even if the eclipse falls in like an angular house, the first, the fourth, the seventh, or the 10th house, then it affects the entire stability of your chart. And then there is a lot of change that can happen on multiple levels. Your identity, your home, your relationships, and your like your career. All of that is being triggered then during this time. Thank you so much for telling me about the private consultations with me. I'm also reading a lot of positivity in the chat about previous workshops. Thank you guys so much. That is also the reason why I'm here today, to be giving you a little bit of like a Leo present. Leo is all about fun and positivity, and that is definitely something that I wanted to share with you guys today. So let's look at the sign of Leo, because we need to understand this sign a little bit better. A lot of people tend to put a stamp onto the Leos, saying they're like overly dramatic or overly like out there, overly roaring. And although these are like the shadow sides of Leo, they also have so much positivity. They are so much fun. Leo is, of course, the second fire sign, and it is the only zodiac sign that is ruled by the sun itself, you guys. This is like solar energy. This is like life essence, life force energy. And when Aries is like the first fire sign, and that represents like the spark that sets the house on fire, Aries is like, I exist. I am. I'm simply unapologetically myself because I rule over my own identity. But Leo takes like that first spark or like that phrase of I exist, and it says, yeah, but what am I here to create with the life that I have been given by the first fire sign of Aries? So Leo, it's not only about like getting attention and admiration and receiving compliments. No, at like Leo's highest level, it represents a lot of like courage to become visible, to show your real self, to show the person that you genuinely are without overperforming it. So Leo, it represents confidence, creativity, leadership, visibility, and also like courage to express what truly comes from your own heart. And Leo, yes, they want to shine. And when they enter a room, even though it's the kitchen, it's like they are on some kind of run walk, entering the scene. And when a Leo enters the room, they have the ability to like light the room on fire. It is so beautiful. And yes, Leo, they want to shine, not necessarily because they need to feel better than everyone else. Leos simply shine because the sun, it also shines every morning, and the sun is not going to apologize for radiating its warmth and its confidence and its like beautiful sun rays. So Leo is warm, it's generous, it's loyal, it can be inspiring. And Leos always encourages to like create and to celebrate life and to really tap into our like authentic version of ourselves. But of course, Leo has a bit of a drama side as well, because if a Leo enters the room and nobody notices them, which is like quite impossible most of the times, they're gonna turn back and they're gonna like simply re-enter again with a little bit more roaring, and that is actually quite funny. But yeah, they can sometimes be a little bit attention seeking and needing a lot of external validation. And with the South Node now co-present in the sign of Leo as well, we need to let go of that, because Leos and also other fellow fire signs, they can definitely confuse constructive criticism with like a personal attack on their like identity, or like a personal attack on their entire royal bloodline. That is like a little bit more stated as a true Leo. So yeah, confidence, like true and real confidence, that does not demand any applause. It's just simply about knowing who you are, even if you do not receive applause. Like not letting applause depend or influence your self-worth as well. Of course, self-worth is more connected to Taurus, but still, we all have a Leo part in our own zodiac chart, and that is where we can be a little bit more sensitive towards criticism. So the fifth house is also connected to Leo, of course. Leo is a traditional fifth house sign that is on the cusp. So creativity, romance, pleasure, children, hobbies, leisure time, fun, entertainment, self-expression, all of that belongs to Leo. But also think about leadership and authority, because Leo is a sign of leadership and it's like the individual leader. Think about like world leaders, monarchs, presidents, prime ministers, and a lot of like prominent public figures that receive a lot of admiration or who have a very prominent position within society. So yeah, Leo, recognition, visibility. Think about everyone that is on stage, that is famous, that needs to do a performance. Everything that revolves around applause and the spotlight is all part of Leo. So yeah, of course, the entertainment industry is going to be massively triggered by this. Theatrics, acting, music, celebration, sports. But it's also about like romance and courtship. Think about passion dating, these grand gestures, and the gestures are getting even more grand because Jupiter is also co-present in Leo, of course. So Jupiter is about expansive qualities. It makes everything bigger. It can feel larger than life right now. But Leo also rules over children, and Jupiter is bringing its expansion into that. So there can be more children getting born if you want to become pregnant, and this can definitely be an easy time to dive or tap into the energies to make that a reality. But Leo also rules over our own inner child. So think about playfulness, innocence, joy, fun. And Leo, of course, is also connected to the stock market or to like gambling, casinos, because it's the sign that rules over speculation. So it's about risk taking. And I would be very, very careful with like the stock market right now, because the chart of the stock market is getting heavily triggered with this eclipse, you guys. We might see like an upward trend or an upward surge, but it's going to be corrected quite fast after that. And Leo, it also rules over gold and like royalty and luxury and everything that shines brightly. So if we then look at the core themes of Leo, that is of course like now with this eclipse, there's like a karmic reset with the South Node of like how we express ourselves. And it's definitely also connected to courage and to be able to show our true selves and to take up space. A lot of people, and especially females, are being taught that they're too much, that they're too loud, that they're too intense, and that they are taking up too much space. Well, my dear ladies and also gentlemen, do not be afraid to take up space. It is your birthright. Leo rules over birth. It is our birthright to be claiming up our space. So if you're a little bit more shy, then this energy can definitely help you to fill up the room with your own radiant light. So this is definitely also going to reawaken our creativity. We need to move from external validation to authentic confidence without overperforming it. Because honestly, let's just be honest, you guys, we're kind of over and done with like the performative confidence to get approval of other people. I think that is very hollow, it is shallow, it is unwanted in this like evolutionary phase of our soul growth. So we definitely need to look at like, am I pleasing someone? Am I like trying to receive validation from others in order to feel well in my own skin. Well, that is something that we need to let go of. And of course, guys, with the South Node in Leo, everyone that is like very dramatic, very like egotistical, very self-focused, very like full of themselves, those people are going to have a very hard time in the next 18 months. And there are going to be consequences to that entitled like behavior that kind of is very annoying for other people. So yeah, tap into your heart-centered leadership. Let go of your ego-driven power. Recognition, visibility, and public image. That is going to be like the key theme. And we all need to tap into the courage to follow our hearts. So here you have another beautiful Leo slide that is ruled by the sun. And the sun, that is, of course, like our conscious identity. It can also be about our purpose, and it rules over vitality. But also authority, you guys. Authority is going to be like the main theme here. Think about everyone who has some kind of authority in your life. Your father, your boss, maybe just like a father figure. It doesn't necessarily need to be your biological father. But it's like the father or the central authority figure within your life that becomes eclipsed right now. So there can be changes with them within the dynamic, how you operate with them. There can be a shift within like your job. Maybe your boss changes. Like, for example, I know someone who's a Leo, and I already told them like, you're going to get a new boss. And he called me like, yeah, my boss is leaving and I'm going to get a new boss within 2 weeks of time. So that is how this eclipse can definitely like manifest. There is like a change within the authority figures within your own life. So imagine this on like a global level, you guys. Leadership is gonna get like a very big, important transformation, you guys. Leo is also about like willpower and our honor and our like visibility and like, yeah. Just know that during a solar eclipse, the moon is like temporarily obscuring the sun. And that is very like symbolic, you guys. The public mood is definitely going to be like interrupted by the solar order. And what I do mean with the solar order is like the people on the world stage that are telling us what we can and cannot do. And the public is going to rebel against that. We are now within the eclipse axis of Aquarius and Leo. So Aquarius is the opposite sign of Leo, and Aquarius rules over the collective. So we are definitely going to see a leader losing control, a public figure disappearing from view. There might be crisis within like succession and how it's like the passing of the torch or the passing of the crown, you guys. And we're going to see a very big fall in certain people who are very popular, and we're going to see like some weird things being like coming out of the blue, because there can be like a hidden heir coming forward, or there might be a sudden replacement going on in regards to a very high top position. And there is definitely going to be like the cracks are going to be showing. There's going to be some kind of exposure of weakness behind a very powerful figure. And there is definitely some world leader that is going to be replaced for sure. So if we look at the Leo archetypes, then of course it's like the sovereign, the king, the queen, the monarchs. Also think about the Pope, guys. Pope Leo is like, and the fact that he also is like, his name is Leo is like, that is so funny, honestly, because there might be a change within that as well. There is definitely a very big energy also around very prominent and famous figures connected to religion, because Jupiter is also within Leo, you guys, and Jupiter rules over religion. So look at what's happening with the Vatican. Look at what's happening with the Pope. There might be some drama incoming, you guys. I'm just already sharing that with you. But yeah, the shadow archetypes of Leo are definitely like the tyrant, the narcissist, the attention seeker, or like the spoiled brat, drama queens, personality cults, a lot of leaders who actually confuse loyalty with obedience. All of that is getting transformed, you guys, because this eclipse is at 20 degrees and that is Scorpio degrees. So everyone who has been using that power in the wrong way to just like fill their own cup of drama and attention-seeking behavior is gonna fall off the pedestal, you guys. So, or like think about the performer who actually no longer knows who they are off stage. That is like a lot of performers are gonna go through some kind of identity crisis, and that is then gonna be a very big rebirth. It's the whole point of this is that they or we all come into deeper contact with who we truly are. So we're also going to see a ruler that is going to refuse to surrender the throne, and that is also going to cause some drama. So if you're also someone who needs like an audience to feel good in your skin, then you're also going to go through a kind of difficult time. So let's quickly look at the more shadow sides of Leo, and I'm going to zoom in a little bit so you guys can see it better on screen. So of course, over identification with yourself, needing to be the center of attention all of the time, refusal to admitting mistakes, vanity, this misplaced entitlement, pride, arrogance. And honestly, you guys, I have already noticed it since the South Node moved into Leo. I've seen some people really making like a whole big deal out of nothing. In Dutch, we say making an elephant out of like a mosquito, just like blowing things up, making things way bigger than it needs to be. And that is like the shadow side of Leo here. Yeah, it is like, yeah, masks are coming off. That is definitely going to be a very big one. Everyone who's been living in the shadow side of Leo is going to get a very big, intense kick in the butt of the South Node, you guys. So everyone who's a little bit overly dramatic is going to have to face consequences in the next 18 months. So yeah, some people are so addictive or addicted to applause and recognition, and they kind of crack under the group pressure, and yeah, all of that needs to go. And everyone who has a very big need to dominate other people, they are gonna get some very heavy karmic bills being presented at their door, you guys. Or if you're like someone who is a little bit jealous of another person's success without actually putting in the work, then you're also gonna face some kind of hardship. So also people who like kind of overspend to maintain a certain image, or like I see a lot of people being very addicted to romantic drama as well. Or if you're someone who takes a lot of risks and wants to gamble all of the time, is going to lose more than they are used to. So we need to be very, very aware about that. With the South Node eclipse here, there is going to be also a very big release towards like the entire fascination with like celebrity worship and the political savior that is going to save everyone. That is going to go. The whole influencer, rose-colored glasses, like the larger than life personalities. Everyone needs to tone it down a little bit and needs to come into contact with who they truly are. And there's like over idealization. We've been seeing it crumbling for quite some years, but now it's going to seep more through within like the political scene and the influencer scene as well. So yes, karma is coming fast. That is definitely the case. Oh, Lakeside Laura says my brother was a double Leo. Very fantastic stories he would tell, but I miss him. Oh, I can imagine that, Laura. Yes, Alfred, honestly, that all sounds really good. Authentic humility is lush. Beautiful. Yes. And that is going to be the key to get through this next 18 months of eclipses within Aquarius and Leo. It's going to be humbleness and looking at what you bring to the table, to the collective, without doing it for the approval of others or without doing it for your own personal gain. That is going to be the key takeaway of this entire webinar that I'm doing right now. Yeah, John, the Leos, they can do, yeah, however, they can exaggerate a little bit. And with my Mars and Leo, I'm actually very good at doing that as well. But as long as it's like in a funny, light-hearted kind of way. Honestly, I was sitting at a restaurant a couple of days ago, and a woman besides me had ordered a pizza, and the pizza came, and she got her pizza, and she was complaining that there was cheese on her pizza and that she's allergic to cheese. And it was a whole drama. And I was just laughing to the person that I had dinner with. And I was like, this is like the best example of the South Node in Leo with Jupiter in Leo blowing things up. And then the eclipse that is about to form. So like if you go on a restaurant and you order a pizza, you can be quite sure that there's going to be cheese on your pizza, right? And then there was like a whole drama about the cheese on the pizza. And I was like, oh my God, like this is the energy that I'm talking about. And we need to be very careful, to be humble, to be not over exaggerating, and to not make something big out of something small. She is definitely going to have some karmic issues, I know for sure. So if we then look at the medical astrology, that is also an important one, you guys, because when there are eclipses, the organs that belong to that specific zodiac sign are like a little bit more under pressure. So one is under pressure during this eclipse, and that is definitely our heart. The heart, the aorta, the upper back and thoracic spine. Think about circulation, the blood flow, overall vitality, your heart rhythm, your blood pressure. It is also connected to the solar plexus. And it's like your body's capacity to radiate heat and make energy. So yeah, there are going to be people who are going to experience more like changes within their heart rhythm, or people that are already quite sensitive towards palpitations can definitely also feel this being heightened. Be careful if you have some blood pressure issues already. There can definitely also be like circulatory stress triggered, inflammation of the heart. And you know, guys, I need to be careful because I'm on YouTube and I'm doing this in a public kind of way, but I think you guys know where I'm kind of headed, right? We've been seeing years of people having inflammation with their heart. So unfortunately, this energy is going to trigger that more fully. So be careful for your back, strengthen the muscles around your back. And if you are gonna have stress that is caused by pride, then that is gonna have a bigger impact right now on the body. And sometimes we can go into burnout from like this constant like overperforming. So we really need to look at what our body is telling us. So it is of course never smart to do surgery during an eclipse, but of course if you need to do some emergency surgery, then of course you need to do this. It's more about like the elective surgery, and also doing certain procedures like laser treatment, or yeah, plastic surgery. I would also not do that under the eclipse energy, so be very, very careful about that. Yeah, Liz, I'm gonna share this comment without reading it out loud, but definitely I feel you on this one. So yeah, thank you for sharing that. Unfortunately, it is very, very sad. So take extra care of your heart, remove or put emphasis on detoxifying the spike protein. That is also important. There are multiple ways. There is also zeolite for that. There are other supplements that you can work with as well, but be careful to just like have that detoxified. That is going to help you to lessen the effects here on your heart. So with that being said, we're also going to look at, of course, the degree theory, and that is a quite intense one, you guys. That is why this solar eclipse, like it's in Leo, it's a fun sign, it's lighthearted, but underneath that there's a deeper layer, and that is that this solar eclipse is at 20 degrees, which is a Scorpio degree. So we all know that that can be oh, Laura, oh, that is so sad. It really like breaks my heart to read this, Laura. Actually, I had no idea that you had to go through that, and I think a lot of people who are watching this webinar right now did have to go through the same excruciating pain. So I'm so sorry for your loss, and for all the other people who are watching who also had to go through such an intense process. I'm really, really feeling you guys. So the 20 degree, that is a Scorpio degree, and it gives like this radiant Leo sign, a bit more of a darker, deeper, intense, like certainly psychological, intense undertone here. Leo wants to be seen, but Scorpio wants to discover what's hidden beneath the surface. And when Leo represents like the crown and what's visible, then Scorpio definitely represents the power behind the throne. We all seen like a lot of dramatic series on TV where we can see that the king is being influenced by the wrong people and that the king then becomes a kind of tyrant. Well, now this degree is going to expose these kind of people who are operating behind the scenes and who are poisoning the queen or queen. Oh my God, poisoning. Poison is connected to Scorpio, so we might definitely see some issues due to poisoning. Now that I'm saying this, I hadn't even think about that, but as it comes through right now, it must be something that I need to share with you guys as well. So be more careful with poisoning, everyone, because that can also have a bigger effect right now. Scorpio stings. It's like the poison of the Scorpio stinger. But that can also like make sure that you purge out whatever's toxic, whatever's draining, whatever is keeping you small, whatever is stealing your light. So it can be very beneficial, but we need to use it in a conscious kind of way, you guys. Scorpio degrees are not to be messed with. So the themes of Scorpio degree is always death and rebirth, power and control, secrets, betrayal. We're gonna see some scandals connected to sexuality of kings and queens or people in like elite position that are connected to children, Leo. So there's a continuation of the story that got fully illuminated in January, you guys. So Scorpio is also about finances, debt, taxation, inheritance. We're going to see some scandals around like taxes or money that is being like stolen of the taxpayer and all of that. That is also going to be a big deal, especially in October into November, you guys. We will see a Venus retrograde and a Mercury retrograde, both of them in the sign of Scorpio, both of them will make a square towards Pluto and Aquarius. Pluto is the ruler of Scorpio. It's gonna be quite the ugly retrograde. And I will do a whole workshop about the Venus retrograde as well. So Scorpio, it also deals with like intelligence agencies, and there can be a lot of revelations about them as well here with the solar eclipse. So Scorpio degrees are also connected to elimination and cleansing, and that then leading towards very deep psychological transformation as well. So this one is definitely going to expose a lot of hidden motives of people that are a world leader, so people on the world stage. So yeah, grab your popcorn. We're going to see some very big important secrets being revealed. And later I have a slide listing a lot of world leaders that are impacted by this eclipse, and especially the degree as well. But we're also going to see some very big revelations about like financial rearrangements behind like the political power. And it's good and wise to look at APAC, for example, and how that influences certain people or certain ways of handling things. And I need to be a little bit careful with what I say here, but I guess you guys understand that. There are also going to be some attempts to remove a leader, or maybe some attempts to poison a leader, and hopefully the right people are going to catch that in time, especially for the states, because the solar eclipse happens in the 12th house of the president Donald Trump, and the 12th house are hidden enemies. It will be very close towards his Mars, and his Mars is also connected to the power behind the scenes. But it can also be like a fight that we're not going to be able to see, like a fight that takes place behind the scenes that is connected to hidden enemies. And I think these hidden enemies are way closer to them than he realizes. Sometimes even the biggest enemies are within our own family, if you know what I mean. So this is definitely going to be a big one for people on a world stage. And Scorpio is always like trying to reveal what's been like concealed within the shadows. So this is like a very highly visible and dramatic solar eclipse on the surface, but at the same time, it's also activating a much deeper process of like exposing a lot of things, and by that we then can purge, and that leads to this irreversible transformation. And yeah, we need to become more confident and creative and visible in a healthy kind of way, but first something needs to be removed here with the Scorpio degree. And also it's conjunct the South Node, double emphasis on removing toxic attachments to our own validation, to our own identity, and also towards other people. So yeah, Scorpio, it is about death and rebirth, and this is definitely gonna be yeah, also associated with like elimination of fake visibility or fake leadership, and that is gonna like trigger all the world leaders. I'm not like really zooming or honing in on one specific world leader when I'm saying this stuff. It's going to be about multiple people, and you'll see that within a bit. So let's look at the chart. Here we can see the chart of the solar eclipse, and the eclipse ruler is of course the sun. So the sun is like the ruler from this eclipse event, which is very like prominent, very important, very big, very feisty energy. So this definitely raises the questions about authority, very direct or like unusually direct. And with the South Node eclipse, it is like a subtractive new beginning. So we need to let go of something, and we need to let go of like the dependence on recognition, and then something new can blossom here. But we are going to see a lot of confusion at the top, you guys. There is going to be some kind of power vacuum happening here as well, and people are going to also realize way more that they built their identity around someone else's approval, and that actually leads towards unhappiness. And there might be a triggering within that pattern that can be a little bit uncomfortable, but in the end, the solar eclipse tries to transform this need of living within like falsehood of our own identity. And by like, I know some people and they try to be liked by everyone, and I'm like, dear Lord, you really do not have a spine. And those are going to be the people that are going to suffer the most from this energy, or that are going to be most implicated by the transformative energy. So do not do your best to be liked by everyone. It is simply impossible. You're always going to have people that do not like your authenticity, and that is probably those who are not being able to fully embody that themselves. So do not like let that depend on how you feel inside, because that is actually not the way to go forward with this one. It also happens in like the third decan of Leo. So we have 3 decans within a sign. Within the first decan, we see Jupiter and Mercury. And then here is the second decan, and this is the third decan. And in the third decan, we see the solar eclipse and also the South Node. So the third decan is associated with Mars energy. So that's like the eclipse being at a Scorpio degree within the third decan, that implicates or infuses it even more with Mars energy. So we're going to see some fights for the throne, a lot of competition between leaders, people needing to defend their personal honor by all the scandals that are going to be revealed. We're going to see some very big new rivalries between political parties or celebrities. We might also see more military displays, and unfortunately the US is going to enter a new war in the next couple of months, which is also implicated by the solar eclipse. And there are going to be a lot of like pride that escalates into some kind of conflict for some kind of reason. And yeah, we're going to see some leaders falling off the pedestal, and they're gonna like refuse to leave the stage in a peaceful way. And it can get like it's like, and they're gonna fight until the last breath, if you know what I mean. This is intense energy, you guys. And then the fact that we have the Mars energy implicated here as well, yeah, this can become quite big. Beautiful part in our personal lives, we can see that we see Venus here. Venus makes a beautiful sextile towards Mercury. There can be very positive news regarding finances, regarding love. And there's a very beautiful kite formation being formed here in the sky as well. So this is definitely about like flying upwards or getting lifted off into like a higher stage, a higher dimension. a higher frequency. But for that, we need to tap into Neptune, which is like at the apex of this kite formation. We can actually also see a castle formation into the mix here as well. There is a lot of rare special astrology right now, you guys. We see Venus trining Pluto, trining Uranus, opposite Neptune, sextile Mercury. This is wild. And Leo is in itself already very wild. So there can definitely be a very beautiful door that opens up in our own personal life. And we are not soldiers. We do not need to fight someone else's war. Keep that in mind. Tap into the beautiful mystical energies here of Neptune and Aries as well. It's also within a trine sign away from this solar eclipse, which is very good for adding more structure, adding more in like envisioning more, having like a brighter imagination, really looking at your own beliefs as well and how that connects you to like your own inner fire. All of that is getting transformed and ignited, and Venus is going to be handing out a lot of blessings. So this is beautiful. But then let's look at Mercury, which is also co-present within Leo. And we also got Jupiter co-present in Leo. And that is so beautiful because we've got a whole Leo stellium, you guys. And that is rather crazy. So Mercury here, that introduces, of course, mercurial themes. And that is like important speeches, big announcements. We've got Jupiter blowing everything out of proportion. And you guys, look. Jupiter is at the Sagittarius degree. So for those of you who do not know, Jupiter is the wise one. He is the ruler of Sagittarius, and Sagittarius is connected to the ninth house. So the ninth degree is actually a Sag degree. So Jupiter is within its own energy. So it's even amplifying and blowing up things even bigger than I can actually put into words. So we're going to see a lot of feisty communications. We're going to see some very big documents that are going to reveal a lot of information. We might see leaks. We might see investigations surrounding children, surrounding leadership. There can also be like control over a leader's public image and people trying to like mess with that here. So also keep that in mind. But yeah, Mercury shows that there is some kind of like fight within like words and media and information and the public messaging, and the news headlines are going to be like out of proportion or like very blunt, very like overblown. It's definitely something to be mindful of. Do not believe everything. Like, people are going to be overly dramatic and they're going to be sharing their version of their wounded ego here with the South Node, and there's going to be some conversations that are just like going to be a bit too much. So do not exaggerate or do not like go too crazy with your words. Now, on the positive side, Mercury and Leo can make us way more like heartfelt and confident in expressing our emotions. So there are going to be a lot more conversations from the heart. Jupiter is adding a lot of positivity and luck into that for our personal lives. And if you sign a contract under this energy, then that is definitely going to be a very prosperous one. It's like whatever is said or being signed, not on the exact day of the eclipse, you guys, I'm going to say it again, but whatever is being signed here under this energy can lead towards a very positive renewment or more abundance within our life. Something that is not being displayed here on the chart, but I know it from the back of my head, around the 20 degree of of Leo, which is a Scorpio degree, there are a lot of asteroids sitting here around the eclipse. And what's important about these asteroids, you guys, is that Isis is into the mix, Osiris, asteroid Sphinx as well. So there are a lot of Egyptian asteroids surrounding this eclipse. So that is like adding another extraordinary layer, and it really connects the revelatory Scorpio degree, making everything bigger with Jupiter and Leo roaring about it. It's about like ancient knowledge returning. There can be like a resurrection or of ancient Egyptian knowledge, you guys. So that is like very powerful. And asteroids, they do not dominate the chart in the same way as like Jupiter and Mercury are dominating the narrative or the storyline here within the eclipse sign of Leo. They do, however, add a lot of like remarkable specific energy into the mix here. And Isis and Osiris, they are like connected to the resurrection of the myths of ancient Egypt. And Osiris, that again represents death, initiation, dismemberment, rebirth. And it also describes that there is like a part of us that must descend into the darkness before it can like fully return in a transformed kind of state. So it perfectly connects with like the Scorpio degree, you guys. So there is like a passage of a rite through like darkness and the possibility of regeneration. And then Isis, you guys, if you have an Ankh symbol that you can wear, put it on. The Ankh symbol is going to protect you, it's going to guide you, and it's going to help you to connect with the asteroids surrounding this eclipse, you guys. So asteroid Isis, that is like about restoration and sacred knowledge. And it's also about healing, the feminine wisdom also. And it is just so beautiful. We are definitely gonna get more news about the second Sphinx that they have discovered, and I hope that they're gonna start digging for more information soon. And if they're gonna do that, then we are definitely gonna get some very important news here. So something that's been fragmented or forgotten, or maybe even deliberately buried, is now going to get rediscovered in some kind of way. So that can be like ancient teachings or like spiritual traditions, maybe even archaeological discoveries, or like the preserved knowledge through like symbols and mythology is going to be renewed, rediscovered in some kind of way. And I think AI is then going to be able to translate it. So that is actually quite exciting in my opinion. So yeah, this is definitely like Osiris descends and transforms, and then Isis retrieves all of the fragments and restores what was lost. So these two together, they kind of are going to work together to be able to bring back hidden information. So that is definitely something that I look forward to. So let me quickly look at the chat. John says quantum fields, old knowledge. It's possible, John, because we've got Pluto at the opposite side of the wheel in Aquarius, and it's been there for the first time in 230 years. So we have not seen an eclipse take place in Leo opposing Pluto, surrounded by the ancient Egyptian asteroids for over 240 years. That is kind of exciting. So yeah, who knows? Yeah, crop circles, all of that, like all of the weird woo energy which belongs actually to Aquarius is going to get like triggered here within Leo as well, because it's within the polarity of the Leo Aquarius axis. So yeah, that will be very cool. We're definitely going to see some important stuff. The violet flame activations, yeah, that is definitely also going to happen under this one. Solar World Bridger says Egyptian artifacts in the Grand Canyon. I do not know about that, but I'm pretty sure that there are a lot of more artifacts that are waiting to be discovered, and that can definitely happen under this energy. So I am quite excited for this one. I wonder about the ley lines that are connected to Egypt. Yeah, I think we're all gonna learn way more about that stuff. And Doily says, Doily Wayne, tomorrow is my birthday. Oh, happy birthday, Leo. So close towards an eclipse. That is going to definitely be a year of change. So let me know how it goes, and let's all wish Doily Wayne a happy birthday in the chat. So, another thing. So we also need to look at Mercury opposition Pluto, because that is like very important. Mercury opposite Pluto, that is like intense revealing messages or documents or leaks, and it's at 5 degrees. It's a Leo degree, can be connected to children, can be connected to the elites. Pluto can be connected to whoever controls society. Pluto and Aquarius can also be connected to the tech giants. So the technocracy, the oligarchy, all of these people are gonna have to like brace themselves. We're gonna see a lot of propaganda versus counter propaganda. and a lot of rediscovered information is going to be used as power, you guys. So there are going to be a lot of attempts to control the press, but I guess that is not going to work under this energy. But we also, of course, need to be careful for like cyber attacks with the opposition to Pluto and Aquarius. But that is definitely going to reveal some very powerful, intense kind of news here, you guys. So what's also like striking to me is that this eclipse occurs so close around the annual peak of the Perseid meteor shower. So this is like so beautiful, because after the sun disappears in Leo, when it disappears into the night sky is going to become filled with falling stars. So if we look at the symbolic meaning, we're going to see a lot of falling stars, literally and figuratively. We're going to see a lot of celebrities losing their status. And if we look at what happened with P. Diddy and other important like people, that is going to be like a continuation of the story. We're definitely going to see a very big spectacle in the heavens, and whatever happens above also happens below. So yeah, it's actually quite like another poetic, deeper symbolic layer into this eclipse. Now, Leo also rules over gold. We might see some changes within that as well. But Leo is like everything also that is like casinos and gambling and sports betting, film and entertainment companies, or think about like speculative investment. Be very, very careful. We're going to see some financial bubbles that are going to be fueled by overconfidence. I think we might even see an AI bubble burst, you guys. Mercury opposite Pluto in Aquarius. The AI bubble, in my opinion, is going to burst, and we might see that happening, or we might see this happening in the next 18 months. And then, of course, with the Scorpio degree, it adds like hidden money, debt, taxation, finances, and who controls them. So yeah, that is definitely big. And Leo, it also rules over like sports, but more like team sports. Aries is more like independent sports. So think about competition, stadiums, champions, national pride. So we are probably going to see a very famous athlete either retire or lose status by some kind of scandal. Or scandals revolving around sports betting and how matches are maybe fixed and all of that. Or yeah, like gambling or match fixing investigations might be a theme here. Some kind of heart of an athlete that has some difficulties within their health. We might also see a new sporting hero emerge. Look at Haaland from Norway. Like, I knew whenever Jupiter jumped into Leo that there would be some kind of new idol that would be coming up like out of the blue, and I'm so glad that it's like Haaland, like the football player of Norway. He is like, or football. No, in you guys in the States, it's football and soccer, right? I think it's soccer if I'm correct. Doesn't matter. So he's like such a big walking green flag. He's like about maximizing his health, and he eats like raw steak and like wild salmon, and he's like showing and sharing all of his positive like things that he's doing as to become like so good in what he does. And he does it from, in my opinion, a quite humble kind of way. And he's like true masculine, because they try to attack him on the field, and he's just like doing like this, and they all fly into the other side of the field, and he just remains very calm, very humble, very stable. We're gonna see more of that. I'm like all for it. I think he is a beautiful example of how true leadership can be embodied, and how someone can shine without taking the spotlights of other people. And he became so popular overnight, and that is definitely something that we can see more. So yes, it was fun watching him. Yeah, like all the memes on like Instagram and Facebook of like he's like a neurodivergent. That is very obvious. And along with the North Node in Aquarius, which rules over neurodivergence, it's like the whole world is being pushed towards like embracing their own unique quirks and talents, and he's like a little bit mischievous, but in like a fun, light-hearted kind of way. And he like, it's like he embodies the polar axis of like the North and the South Node, and now with Jupiter in Leo as well. It's just like a lot of fun and games, and yeah, he's a good example of the energy that I'm trying to show here. Yeah. Lizelle says, I recently heard that the ball was controlled. Yeah, well, I think the FIFA and the corruption and the scandal that is also now going on, that is going to be way like more illuminated by this eclipse as well. I think he's even going to lose his job. I forgot the name of the guy who's like at the top of the FIFA. I'm not such a soccer fan anyway, but he might literally go, and there is definitely a reason for that. So, all right, let's move on. So, another theme is, of course, also fathers, the ancestral line, or like the father, like parental or paternal kind of line. We might see changes involving father figures. We need to heal the like need of approval of our father. If you're someone with daddy issues, doesn't matter if you are male or female, then it's also time to like take your power back and just do the things that make your own heart sing without needing the approval of some kind of father figure in your life. And that can in itself already be the biggest win and biggest takeaway of the solar eclipse. So yeah, some of you are definitely also going to become like a parent yourself, and by that you also be giving the opportunity to break certain ancestral patterns that are connected to pride or like emotional coldness. We need to add way more warmth and humbleness into the family lineage. So yeah, if you are the one who's chosen by the gods to do that, then this energy is also going to help you to transform these issues. Then if you look, the solar eclipse also trines Saturn. So that is beautiful. The fact that it trines Saturn, it adds a lot of stability into the mix here, you guys. So we need to like learn how to combine the courage of Leo with the restraint or the kind of more mature, difficult, delaying energy of Aries. Because Aries is like, I want to act now, but Saturn is like, okay, that's fine, but maybe we need to find stability first, and maybe we need to read the fine print first before we exaggerate or take certain steps that we can regret later on. Because sometimes confidence needs to be built on like a stable identity, and that is definitely also where Aries comes into the mix, and Aries is going to help us do that. So we need to become a responsible leader that doesn't crumble over time. It's about putting in the effort over time. It's about like channeling your creative fire and structurizing it and adding it on like you're already the foundation that you already built. And sometimes we need to make a difficult decision, and Saturn is also going to help us to do that in a very mature kind of way. So build a stronger structure beneath your confidence. Create a plan, establish new boundaries. Maybe you need to accept certain new responsibilities, but you need to really look at if that is bringing you more joy, or if you just simply take on extra responsibilities to have some kind of distraction, so you would not be able, or you would not have to tap into what's heartfelt underneath. So look at that and how that's going for you. If you want a new beginning, then it needs to last, but to last you need to give it some kind of foundation, and you need to build it brick by brick, wall by wall, step by step. Aries is normally about instant gratification, but with Saturn that does now get delayed. So are you prepared to lead? But can you also, like, can your courage survive resistance from time to time? If you face resistance, are you going to back down? You need to really look at where your courage is coming from. Is it to please other people? Then it's going to crack under pressure. But look, if your new creative ideas, if that can like become a real structure within your life, and if you're being able to keep working on that for the next 18 months, You need to take responsibility for what you're initiating, and whatever you're gonna initiate during this energy is gonna have some lasting effect or long-term karmic consequence. So make sure that you're choosing from a heartfelt place. You do not want to become impulsively dominating other people now to come out on top, because that is not going to work. Remember, this is like the removal of a false crown, you guys, and Saturn is giving you the karmic repercussions in that. So leaders who have been very tyrannical, very dominant, who have been starting a lot of wars, sign of Aries, are now going to see the consequences of their actions more fully. So that is definitely also something to be looking at. So, and then of course, Jupiter's wall. Maybe I need to highlight Jupiter a little bit more here. Here we can see Jupiter at his own degree. That is wild, you guys. Jupiter is about expansion, opportunity, your belief system, what you believe is possible. It leads towards growth, and it can also lead towards exaggeration, because whatever Jupiter touches, it becomes bigger, larger, more visible, and very difficult to ignore. So positive for us on a personal level, then it's definitely able to amplify feelings of fun, happiness, joy, entertainment, romance, creativity, children. There are going to be more children that are going to be born under this energy, and I'm happy, because Jupiter can also lead towards like a desire to express our unique gifts or our unique creativity. If you're an artist, a teacher, a performer, an entrepreneur, maybe a coach, actually anyone whose work requires some kind of courage or visibility, you are going to see a very big boost in that. So that is definitely very beautiful. Yeah. Jupiter, however, does not only expand beautiful opportunities, it is also possible to magnify one's ego, the drama, the risks of speculation, and like the excesses overall within your life. So someone might become very like a bit intoxicated by like attention, or like assume that the popularity makes them like infallible, and that is something that we need to be careful for. Do not become too overly confident. And like also, can you kind of like receive recognition without becoming dependent upon it? That is also a big one. And Jupiter brings more awareness, because it's about insights and higher wisdom. So when Jupiter provides the vision, then Saturn is going to provide the structure underneath all of that. And Jupiter can amplify the opportunities, but Saturn is really going to determine whether it is stable, whether it is solid, whether it can last. And the trine does indicate that the new opportunities can be very beneficial in the long term. So that is also beautiful. So to switch on to the Sabian symbol. So a lot of you guys probably do not know what a Sabian symbol is. So for every degree within the zodiac wheel, so we have 360 degrees divided by 12 signs, each 30 degrees. Each degree has a specific channeled message. So the degree theory gets, like the way how we use it is, this one is at 20 degrees, but we always round one up. So that is why we read 21 degrees of Leo. And that degree is actually quite funny. It is: intoxicated chickens dizzily flap their wings trying to fly. That is the Sabian symbol that we have for this solar eclipse. So yeah, we need to learn how to fly. We need to learn how to make like constructive use of what we already have right now. And the intoxicated, like guys, we are going to see so many intoxicated chickens around us. And they're going to be like, in Dutch we say, these chickens are running around without like a head on top of them. This is like they're running wild, they're kind of crazy, they have no idea what they're doing, they're quite confident, and they're flapping their birds, and they're kind of crashing against the wall, or they're not being able to fly over the wall. And it can kind of get a little bit like crazy with this one. So yeah, it's quite funny. And Lizelle says, "How funky is your chicken?" That is actually quite funny. Yeah, it's like a fun one, and but do not like be mistaken because this one is also having a deeper meaning. Yes, Rosalie. Rosalie is probably from Belgium or the Netherlands, and she says, "Ze rennen als een kip zonder kop." Yeah, they're running like a chicken without a head. That is like a very famous saying here. So yeah, we might see some people just flapping around, having no clue what they're doing. But yeah, Laura, you can definitely do the chicken dance. Please put that live on YouTube so that we can all hop onto the next live and do the chicken dance together with you. So, chickens, it's like the intoxicated chickens, they actually kind of warn us about a lot of excitement, a lot of inspiration, and also like kind of intoxicated state of consciousness through like something unnatural, like something artificial, alcohol, drugs, whatever. We need to be very careful with that because I never drink. Yeah, of course, no drugs, but like be careful. By like, if you drink some glasses of wine, then you might say something, boom, Mercury opposite Pluto, Jupiter blowing everything out of proportion, and you end up in a lot of drama. So try to bite your tongue a little bit, and also do not be too dependent on external stimulation to feel confident or alive. The chickens are alive anyway. Be careful not to like get too much into an altered state because these chickens, they are not sober. They believe that they can fly very far beyond their natural ability. Yes, there is excitement. Yes, there is movement. There can be tremendous enthusiasm. But we need to be careful because there's going to be very little balance or discernment during this time. And sometimes when the chickens get this kind of temporary taste of freedom, they are within this like expanded possibilities, but the chickens have actually not developed like the strength or the discipline or like the coordination that is required to sustain their crazy flight. So yeah, this is like the energy saying that a lot of people are gonna become like literally or figuratively intoxicated by like the first glimpse of this new potential that the solar eclipse is gonna bring forward. Some of us are gonna receive an opportunity, a breakthrough. We might also suddenly start to realize that we're more capable of much more than we previously believed, with Jupiter adding a new vision into the sign of Leo as well. But the danger here lies in the fact that, like, assuming that this initial high, that it means that we have already completed the journey. So inspiration, it's not the same as mastery. Confidence, it is not the same as like mastery, and one high spiritual experience that does not make you a monk or a Buddha. So yeah, there can be, especially for Virgo risings, there can be a very big spiritual awakening, but that does not mean that you are a spiritual teacher by that. And that is where we need to keep the balance. John says, "Ah, chicken eggs okay to eat." Yeah, chicken eggs are full of protein. So as long as they are not been soaking in vodka or anything like that, it's fine to eat them. Um, so Rosalie says, so better to stay away from the road on Wednesday. No, no, you do not need to fear eclipses because I see some astrologers causing some fear around this eclipse because it's at the Scorpio degree and then it's like boom, 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 Scorpio, and we're all gonna die. No. Whatever you like, if you fear eclipses, then you're gonna like manifest that fearful frequency. No, be open to it. Be like the Aries Leo confident spiritual warrior with Neptune and Aries, and just like put on your helmet, have some fun, but be prepared for some drama to kick off and do not react to it. That is like the best thing that I can say. People can be a little bit like intoxicated with their own like by being full of themselves. That is what I'm warning against. And eclipse energy can always be a little bit more chaotic. So yes, be mindful on the road, but do not let that stop you. It's just an eclipse. It's going to be beautiful. It is a positive one. All right, so this Sabian symbol is definitely warning against like excess, overindulgence, recklessness, carelessness, and a little bit loss of self-control. So people are going to become very intoxicated by like attention and power, and yeah, that is the fact that we need to like release that with the sound note right now. So yeah, there's like a scattered burst of energy that has like no idea where to land. So that is how we need to look at the eclipse as well. And we're also going to see like a leader mistaking popularity for competence, or like some kind of movement that is going to become so intoxicated by its own message that it like completely loses perspective. So spectacle and excitement can temporarily kind of override the common sense with this one. And then, yeah, the Scorpio degree underneath all of that, we actually need to purge the toxicity or everything that is intoxicating us. So there's definitely a very big emphasis on that. And like the question here is also like, okay, that person or that leader or that figure, wow, they have a lot of confidence, but have they like genuinely earned their wings, or are they just like flapping their fake South Node Leo shadow attribute wings? If you know people like that, then the wings are gonna get clipped, you guys. So be a little bit careful. All right, next, what is next? Next, we have the Saros series. All right, let me take a sip, because for a lot of people, that is gonna sound a little bit complicated, but it actually doesn't need to be that way. But the Saros series, that is actually a kind of eclipse family. So every so many years, the same eclipse from the same family happens within the family of eclipses. That is like the most simplest way that I can explain this. And this is Saros series 126, and it actually began in March of the year 1179. And the Eclipse Saros series family is going to end on May of 2459. So this is like a very long timeline, you guys. That is actually also something I want to share. This one lasts approximately 1280 years. So that is big, because every 18 years we see the same eclipse happening within the same family. So the last eclipse that this Saros series produced was actually the eclipse on August the 1st of 2008. The next eclipse that it will produce in the same family will be on August 2044. So we're going to see a very big echo of 2008. What do we saw? Unfortunately, we saw the acceleration of the global financial crisis. That was also the final months of like the Bush presidency. There was a very big war going on with Russia and Georgia also during one of these family of eclipses. So that we are going to see some kind of echo within that. So every 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours, we get a new eclipse within the same family. So now we are getting one as well. And that is also like telling us that this is the 48th eclipse out of 72 eclipses. So it's already kind of like a mature eclipse within the family. We already kind of know what's going on or what is going to happen with it. So one of these eclipses is also connected to the French Revolution. We also saw it during the American Revolution. So there are going to be some echoes within that as well. Of course, we've got now Pluto and Aquarius, which is a very big deal, you guys, with it being at the opposite side of Leo. So during a very revolutionary era, around like the late 18th century, there were also like eclipses from this family that occurred like against the backdrop of like profound political change. So I just wanted like give you that, as we're now going to look at certain like things that happened within the historic cycles, and with this tiny piece of information that is going to make it more easily understandable for you guys. And this one is also showing me that we can see an AI bubble burst. So that is definitely also going to be within the collective. So if we now look, and during my actual workshops, I go way deeper into this, but I do not want to make it too technical or too boring or too long for you guys. So I'm going to hop over to the next slide. Here we see the historical cycles. So when we go back to the spring and the summer of 1896, then we also saw some resemblances of what's going on right now. And then we had like the Olympic Games that opened like for the first time. Jupiter was then still at the end of Cancer, but that was like a very important timing for like sports that then like got ignited into our collective. But also like in the same year, more by late May, there was like Tsar Nicholas. Tsar Nicholas II, he was actually crowned the Emperor of Russia. Only 4 days later, there was like a very big tragedy, and they call it the Kodinka tragedy, when there was like a massive crowd that killed a lot of people. And unfortunately, with Pluto in Aquarius at the opposing sign of Leo, we might see like a lot of people losing their lives in one single moment with these eclipses. Although I'm gonna knock on wood and I hope that doesn't happen. But with Pluto now, firstly, again, opposing this eclipse, that is actually quite a big deal here, you guys. So be careful with like big crowds, big groups of people. I never really like to be there, but now with this eclipse, you might be a little bit more careful with that. Also within the same year, we also had like a very important thing that happened with gold, because there was like gold discovered on like a Bonanza Creek, and that like triggered the Klondike gold rush. So yeah, things with gold being like triggered here as well, that is also important. But then like in August of 1971, that was actually not part of this Saros series or this family of eclipses. It was another Saros series, but I think it's very important to also mention that 5 days before the eclipse on August the 15th of 1971, President Richard Nixon announced that all of the governments, and especially the foreign governments, would not longer be able to exchange the American dollar for gold. So that then created the Nixon shock. So I think that is also like very important, because it kind of undermined a central pillar of like the Bretton Woods monetary system that actually helped move the world towards like these floating currencies. So this is like another resemblance with like the South Node and Jupiter in Leo as well. Then in 1990, that is like most present within like the past or closest. We had another eclipse cycle within Leo and Aquarius during July to November of 1990. That was also a very important place within the historic cycles. So from 1989 until 1990, look back at what happened in your life during this time. There might be a little bit of an echo going on, but then we also only had lunar eclipses and not solar eclipses in Leo. So that is a very important distinction between the previous cycle that I'm here talking about. But what happened during July to November of 1919, we had like 2 days after the eclipse, on August the 2nd, there were Iraqi forces under Saddam Hussein's reign that invaded Kuwait. So there was then like that led towards like the Gulf War, and so that was also a very important timing with these eclipses here. And then later, when Jupiter entered Leo in the same year, like we're seeing right now, East and West Germany were like formally reunited under like the Chancellor Helmut Kohl. So during the same year, we also saw for the UK that Margaret Thatcher faced a very big challenge, and she actually had to hand in her resignation in November later that year. So you see how like war borders, like reunifications and replacement of powerful leaders was like very into the picture. Well, that is going to be like the same that we're going to see right now. So then in August to November of 2008, that was also very big, and that is actually the biggest echo that we're gonna see, because most of the things realign with August of 2008 here. That was then like an open warfare that erupted between Georgia and Russia over South Ossetia. There was like also yeah, Putin was then still serving as prime minister, and there were also a lot of changes going on in Russia. And then in September of that year, we also, of course, saw the Lehman Brothers that filed for bankruptcy, and that definitely intensified the entire global financial crisis. And there was like a severe like losing confidence within the banks, within the governments, within the financial system. And then during that year as well, on the 4th of November, Barack Obama then was like, he became president during this time. So you see how there are like certain repetitive stories or like repetitive storylines going on here. And I actually do not share here my personal opinion about it. I am here only to share the facts that occurred during the previous historic cycles and during the previous Saros series. Just simply to give you guys a better understanding about where we're going or where we're headed now in August of 2026. So I hope that just makes it a little bit more easy to understand for you guys. I'm glad to see you guys having so much fun in the comments. You guys are definitely on fire today. So, with all of that being said, the most important global predictions are definitely going to be leadership changes, problems within like royal successions, like monarchies are going to have a very difficult time. The political legitimacy is breaking further apart. A lot of like the death of celebrity culture, and influencers are going to lose more of their power. A lot of like revelations around children and the youth. And then, of course, national pride, gold, extreme heat, and a lot of battles between AI and human creativity. And I think that is definitely going to be one of the more striking ones, or the more like important ethical ones, you guys. I think, honestly, we are going to see, it's like people are going to need to fight against like identity theft from AI, and I think that is a pretty big one in my opinion. And all of these global predictions are definitely going to be dominating the news cycle in the next couple of weeks as well. So keep that in mind. So I could talk way longer about these global predictions, but for the sake of this video, I'm going to switch over to the leaders that are most affected. So you guys, again, this is not my personal opinion. This is me doing my research into the charts of the very famous people that are implicated by this solar eclipse. So there are a couple of numbers on screen. There are a couple of leaders on screen. I'm even not going to pronounce this name to not trigger the algorithm too much. And there are definitely certain names that the YouTube algorithm does not like me to speak out. So just look for yourself. Keep an eye on these people. There might be some very important, unexpected changes coming on these people. Stain says, luckily my picture is not on there. Well, Stain, you're an Aquarius, so this eclipse opposes your sign, so better be careful. No, I'm just laughing. So, thank you so much, everyone, for all the love in the chat. Yeah, Lizelle, may the best man win. I am not God. So God is going to decide which one of these people has used their power in the wrong way, that is going to fall off the pedestal. That can either be by a heart attack or like some health issues, scandals being revealed, being like thrown off the throne, like oh my God, throne of the throne. I think that needs to be like something to also ponder about. So yeah, some of them are gonna step down, some of them are gonna cross over, some of them are gonna leave this earthly plane, or maybe some of them have already left the earthly plane, but now they're gonna change their character or their actor or their imitator or their clone, whatever, on a world stage. That is definitely the possibility here. John says it's like all those people are part of the same club. Well, actually, John, there are a couple of people here on screen that are definitely part of the same club, but they're definitely not all within the same club, in my opinion. And if you dive really into the history, then it can give you or bring you a lot of answers. Rosalie says, is King Charles still here? Well, I do not know, but most corruptible form of wealth. Yeah, thank you so much, Laura. And yes, actors of the movie that will be replaced. So yeah, keep an eye on these people. They are definitely going to be in the direct line of fire of the solar eclipse, and I do not need that in. I do not want to say this in a bad way. What's important, people who are not listed on this slide, the Pope right now. The Pope is also, actually, I should have added the Pope here. Epstein could also be under this list, the former Prince Andrew, but also Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan is also one that is going to be receiving some difficult aspects of this eclipse. So let's switch over to, yeah, we're gonna look at the most important reactivation dates, and then we're almost ready for the 12 signs, you guys. So eclipses, that is like very important because on the 12th of August it plants a seed. But after the seed, then planets are going to move over the exact same degree, and every time a planet does that, it's going to reactivate the energy of the eclipse. So what do we see coming? On August the 20th, Mercury is going to cross over the 20 degree of Leo. So that is going to bring revelations, the scandals, the leaked documents, the like whistleblowers. That will be especially profound around the 20th of August. Then in late August, on the 31st of October, on the 31st of August, excuse me, we're also going to see the exact Jupiter-Saturn trine. And that is also going to add some more stability within the revelations and within the chaos and within the drama. That is going to like lessen it a little bit as well. Then on October the 4th, Jupiter is going to reach the eclipse degree. So Jupiter is now at 9 degrees, but on October the 4th, it will be at 20 degrees of Leo. And you guys, on October the 3rd is the day that the Venus retrograde is going to get kicked off. Mark your calendars. There might be something very big happening on October the 3rd or the 4th. And keep an eye on my future workshops, because I will be hosting one about Mercury and Scorpio retrograde while Jupiter is going to cross the eclipse degree. That is going to be a profound time, you guys. Then early in November, Mars is then going to activate the eclipse degree. So that is then going to go towards some kind of very big confrontation. Because on the 15th of November, we see a triple conjunction between Mars, Jupiter, and the South Node. And my guess is that that will be the time when there's going to happen something important with Cuba or another country. There will be another war that is going to get kicked off probably. And we're going to see that happening on multiple levels within our personal life, within like different countries. I'm not only talking for the States. So yeah, just know, you guys, October, November, it's gonna be quite a difficult time for the entire collective. So prepare yourself for that. We're gonna need to go through a very big purging portal in these 2 months with the retrogrades in Scorpio. And then Mars will go retrograde. So Mars is going to go retrograde from January the 10th of 2027, and it's going to go back direct on the eclipse degree, you guys, in April of 2027. Woo! I'm honestly a bit lost for words, because like astrology is like clockwork, but whoever designed the clock and whoever designed this whole system, they know what they're doing, right? The creator, oh my god, he sometimes has a bit of a funny sense of humor with the cycles and the transitions and the reactivations and how profound they are. most of the time, that is like a big one. So we can expect even more like action. Whatever you plant right now, do not give up. There is a trine to Saturn, even though your fruits or the effort of your labor is not going to become immediately visible. If you keep putting in the work, if you keep honing into the Saturn archetype, then something big can happen in April, because then Mars is going to reignite the solar eclipse degree. And Mars, yes, that can be about conflict, but we are not a soldier fighting some kind of war. No, we are our own spiritual soldier within our own war, and we then can draw upon the energy to take some decisive action that is gonna like ignite some kind of spark. But first we need to go through the Mars retrograde. So yeah, write these dates down, you guys, put them in your calendar and look at how these times are going to be connected to the seed right now. All right, to end the collective overview before we start the 12 signs is, of course, how to work with the energy. And the biggest thing that I'm saying is, do not do intentions, rituals, whatever. Do not do it on the exact day of the eclipse. It is a wild card. It is a fate accelerator. It can be a little bit overly dramatic in Leo. Be careful what you wish for, because you might get it and it might not make you very happy. You know what I mean? Just surrender, stay open, look at what the universe is presenting you, because this is destiny and we do not want to mess or intertwine with destiny. No, we are now entering this eclipse portal. The next eclipse will be a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces. The last thing that is going to happen in Pisces, thank God for that. We've all mastered our Pisces degree and we're going to now get our certification of the universe, and then we can let that behind us, because too much Pisces is never a good thing in my opinion. And I have a Pisces stellium, so I'm not bashing on any Pisces, but the last couple of years with Saturn and Neptune in Pisces, all of people felt very stuck in the mud. And we're finally going to fully, totally release the eclipse axis energy of Pisces, which is going to be good. So be careful, just like go inwards. Yeah, you can meditate, but let your thoughts like free flow. Do not focus on anything. Do not try to let something crystallize unless you are very good at channeling all of the chaos. If you're like a chaos channeler, then you can do all of that. But don't call me if something goes wrong. I'm just kidding. All right. Yeah, Liz says, I am a Pisces moon. Yeah, me too. Oh my God. Mercury, Venus, Saturn, Vertex, Moon, all in Pisces. So yeah. All right. How to work with the eclipse. Unwind, calm down, reconnect with your heart chakra. And what is beautiful and what can you do during the eclipse is when we look at like ancient Mesopotamia and the ancient astrologers, or like the ancient civilizations, what they did during an eclipse was actually lighting a candle and playing the drums. So because in eclipse it obscures the light, so it will get dark here in Belgium, parsley, like 91%, pretty excited about it. But in Spain, it will be totally dark. So what the people did during an eclipse was actually lighting candles, because the light disappears. So we can consciously bring in the light. Just meditate or surrender, or just do breathing exercises around the eclipse. You can light a candle to make sure that there still is light, and you can play the drum or listen to drums, but do not try to call something in. No, just focus on the light, focus on everything that just simply needs to happen, and surrender to the energy. So yeah, lighting candles can be a beautiful metaphor or a beautiful way to actually bring back the light. So also, you can definitely light an orange or a yellow candle, and you can definitely also work with the sunstone. I'm actually wearing one right now. It's one of my favorite ones. This is a little sunstone, and it can definitely help you to integrate the energy of the eclipse, and also help to maybe protect you from the overwhelming, intense energies or emotions that are going to be accompanied by it. with the Scorpio degree. And if you wear a sunstone, it just radiates love, warmth, positivity, confidence, and that can definitely help you during this time. So, with all of that being said, we are going to start with the 12 signs. But first, I want to share something beautiful here. This is like a high summer sale of our beautiful Carla, and she's now like, this is a gift to you, you guys. And all the organite towers are now 30% off. And look at this yellow one. Yellow is the color of Leo. So you can definitely look if the yellow one is still available. You might need to hurry, because this is also going to help you to bring in the joy, the abundance, the happiness of this solar eclipse in Leo. And then, of course, the purple one would actually be very beneficial to work with for the next lunar eclipse in Pisces, because the color purple belongs to Pisces. So how beautiful that Carla just picked the right colors at the right time. She's so intuitive, and both of these towers are definitely going to help you to ground the eclipse energies. All right, I'm going to pull a card before we start the 12 rising signs. So I've already pre-recorded them because I'm getting a little bit out of breath after talking here for almost 2 hours. And the 12 rising signs, they are 10 minutes for each sign approximately. So they're gonna take up 2 hours. So you can come back, you can bookmark this video and come back until it's like your turn or your sign. You can definitely listen for your sun, your rising, and if you have a moon in Leo, also for your moon sign. All right, you guys, if I'm gonna pull birth mysteries again, then I'm gonna freak out. If you have watched my previous shows, the birth mysteries have been coming out all of the time, and of course, Leo rules over birth. So let's see. Let's hope it's another one. Okay, cool. It is Isle of Avalon. It is healing, returning to wholeness and transformation. I think the transformation card, that is definitely what is actually being like triggered by the Scorpio degree. So during this eclipse, take some rest, take some Epsom salt, put it in your bath, like, and also do not charge your crystals. I forgot to mention that, but do not charge your crystals under the eclipse light, unless you want to channel some dramatic, overly exaggerated, intense, overwhelming emotions in your crystals. And if you do not want that, I will not advise you to do that. So there is a returning to wholeness, and like Leo, it can be very like about wholeness when it's like within its confidence, when it radiates its warmth. It's really about like healing our Leo sign or our Leo energy. We all have it somewhere along our natal chart. So healing the positive energy, healing the shadow energies of Leo. I'm gonna put one, I'm gonna pull one. And there's like, the Isle of Avalon. I've visited the Glastonbury Tor that's on top of the card as well. So that is so cool, because this is the Glastonbury Tor that is here depicted on the card. I hope you guys can see it. So that is also, they say that King Arthur is buried there. So how cool that actually the one of the most significant, famous, spiritual, like, Taurus is coming up on this card as well. This is definitely another confirmation in regards to kings and queens that are gonna be that's gonna be changing. So an additional card for the collective. What do they need to know? Follow the stream. Dedication, trust, future, rivers, and oceans. Dedication to whatever is flowing, to whatever is being birthed within your life. The dedication is also a resemblance towards Saturn. It's like strict grand tasker or grand master Saturn is trining this eclipse. So just like, remember to just trust whatever life is flowing, and also follow whatever's flowing in your life, because Leo, it is so much fun. Follow like the current. Stop fighting against the current. Just like relax, let down your hair, and follow the stream of life. And if you do that, then you're definitely gonna get like a massive healing off of this. So also know that like a river can turn into an ocean quite fast. And that is also something to be mindful about. So yeah, follow the stream and trust wherever it is taking you right now, because it's leading you to wholeness. But first we might need to go through purging with the Scorpio degree. So, Alfred says, follow the stream. I am currently following this very live stream. That is so funny and that is so smart. Thank you so much. Kimberly says, Astrid, you have such lovely hands. That is so sweet. No one ever told me that. I think I have like quite old hands. When people only see my hands, then they guess my age like a lot older. Lakeside Laura says, what about a lake? Can I float in a lake? Yes, you can definitely float in a lake as well. Yeah, float in salty water. That is definitely gonna help us purging out all the toxins and even like the toxicity from attachments with the Scorpio degree, and just releasing that, detoxifying that, so we do not need their need for we do not need their approval anymore in order to feel confident and radiating warmth and loving energy. So with all of that being said, we're going to start the readings for the 12 rising signs. I will take myself off screen, but do not be shy in the comments. I will still be here. I will just be taking a breath, and it is now 7 p.m. So I'm going to eat something as well. And after the 12 signs, I will be back here to say goodbye to each and every one of you. So let's start. So let's start the readings for the 12. Wait. I need to remove this first. Sorry, guys. Know your rising sign, well, then you can go to astroseek.com. You can click on the birth chart, and then you will be able to plug in all of your birth information. And by doing that, you will get to know your rising sign. Now, for this eclipse, I definitely advise you to first listen to your rising sign. Then you can also listen to your sun sign. And after that, especially if you have a moon in Leo, then you can also listen for your moon sign. All right, let's start with my fellow Aries, sun, moon, or rising. Now, my dear Aries, you are going to be so lucky with this one because the eclipse will happen in your 5th house. So here you can see the sign of Leo that is jam-packed with an entire Leo stellium in your 5th house of fun, you guys. This is such a positive house. It is the house that rules over your creativity, but also over romance. Think about children, grandchildren, having pleasure, just letting your hair down. It's also going to trigger your self-expression. And if you have some entrepreneurial qualities or tendencies, then that is also going to get fully illuminated here. It also is going to trigger your courage to be seen. So an eclipse, that is of course this one, a new moon on steroids. So it's like it's going to close a very big chapter while planting a seed at the same time, with the south node being there as well. So everything that's going to develop under the next 6 months, that is definitely all going to be connected to the beautiful Leo themes. Now, Leo, it is such a light-hearted sign, but because it's accompanied by the south node, then there is like a new beginning. But first, it might require a release of an old identity, or certain release that is connected to your need for external validation and like your need for recognition. There is a transformation that is taking place within that. So maybe suddenly you're going to start realizing more that you've been creating and performing to receive approval, and now that is going to change. It's about embodying more of your authentic self. So think about, what would you actually create if no one else is giving you like permission or applause or recognition? What would you create solely for yourself and your own happiness? If you've been focused on working hard with Saturn in your sign, then this can definitely be a time where you feel very called to have a bit more fun in life, and the eclipse is definitely going to bring that in for you. Now, with Jupiter here as well, that is definitely going to amplify everything that is connected to romance and children and dating and having fun. Because when the eclipse and Jupiter are within the same sign and in the same house, it is like a very broad conjunction, but still it is very much at play here, and that can make you feel larger than life right now. So Jupiter here expanding all of the eclipse teams, that is definitely going to bring in a very important opportunity. If you're in a creative project, then that can definitely expand. You can discover a new hobby, or a hobby could become a business or like a side hustle. You can work on reaching like a larger audience with everything that you are creating and expanding and like telling in this world, or like showing in this world. It is definitely about your unique self. So it is an excellent time for you if you are a performer or a teacher or an artist. Definitely, if you need to be on stage for some kind of reason, then you can definitely gain more traction with this one. If you're a coach, if you're a content creator, if you're an entrepreneur, or all very beneficial energies here in the chart. So, and the fifth house, because it trines your sun, moon, or rising, this is effortless energy, you guys. It's gonna like trine, and then opportunities just fall onto your lap. It's like a new portal opens up in regards to joy and having like more excitement and spontaneity. And it's also about like leisure time. And some of you are definitely gonna experience or like discover a new passion that is really making your heart sing. So for others, this could definitely be the start of a new romantic connection that is going to bring in like tremendous excitement in your life. It can be full of life and warmth, and there can be a little bit of like theatrical energy, or like the feeling that you're within a movie, like movie romance. That can definitely also be the case here. If you're already within a relationship, then you're going to rediscover your passion together or experience more pleasure, add more playfulness into your relationship, and there can definitely be some very important news involving children. Some of you are going to become pregnant. I know it with this energy. So take your precautions if you do not wish that in this specific moment in time, because the energy is very, very fertile. It is very like, yeah, this is like sexy time when I look at this chart. So Leo in itself already rules over attraction, but then with Jupiter enlarging everything, Mercury, dramatic like declarations of love, grand gestures, all of that is definitely also possible here. But if you're already a bit more advanced in age, then you can also get the news or receive news from one of your children that you're going to become a grandmother. And if it's not that, then there's definitely going to be a very significant development within one of the lives of your children. So, of course, Jupiter, it magnifies everything that it touches. So it's going to increase confidence and new opportunities, but it can also increase drama and pride and also impulsive spending and having like these unrealistic expectations. So be very, very careful with speculative investments, definitely with the bond and the stock market. Be very careful with gambling, with everything that is connected to speculation or taking like financial risks, because you might feel very lucky, but be careful not to overdo it. That can definitely also be the case here with Jupiter. And then the eclipse forms beautiful trine towards Saturn in your sign, and that definitely creates the themes of creativity with your own identity and how that forms your long-term direction. There is some kind of new stable foundation that is being put into place here for you, my dear Aries. And look, Venus, she's within the seventh house. The seventh house is the house of marriage and long-term partnerships, and she makes a sextile to Mercury in the fifth house and a trine to Uranus in the third, trying to Pluto in the 11th, and an opposition to Neptune in your sign. This is like crazy astrology, Aries. Some of you are going to find the love of your life, or are going to enter a very new, exciting romance that is really going to make your heart sing. And this is definitely energy that is like, it's like the universe is pushing you to experience more love and harmony with another person. So, and with Saturn in your sign, it's time to take yourself a bit more seriously. I know Aries, they're a lot of fun and sometimes they can behave a little bit immature, but with Saturn in your sign, that is definitely also being restructured right now. So you might definitely feel like now is the time to act upon my talents. And you might be ready to turn like a specific talent into a profession, or you might commit to something like creative, or you might also accept like a greater responsibility, Saturn, that involves a child. So, or like a romantic relationship could become more serious or more committed. So that is definitely all being put into play here. So Saturn is also like gonna help to add more structure to Jupiter's like never-ending enthusiasm. And it's like Jupiter can be larger than life, and then Saturn is like, whoa, 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 but let's look how we can implement this into reality. This is definitely the energy that is gonna help you do that. So the biggest predictions are, of course, like a major creative project is going to start to expand. If you need to do a performance, you can like be really like, how do you say it, discovered in like a bigger kind of way. If you do business, that is also going to expand, but there's definitely like an increased visibility, and that could also like place you into a higher leadership position, or if you're a teacher or you need to like help other people, then that can definitely also make you bigger or having a higher and bigger impact. Of course, the fifth house is also like hobbies and discovering new passions. And yeah, this is definitely very beautiful energy to discover something new that you're gonna have a lot of fun with. So yeah, if you work like in entertainment industry, in education, in sports, in coaching, or if you work with young people, all of that is going to be very blessed, honestly. Avoid excessive speculation and dramatic spending or like over promising, otherwise the south node is going to take over and give you certain releases or losses. That can definitely be the case, so be careful to use moderation. So definitely how to work with it, I would say, like, choose one creative idea that genuinely matters to you and give it a new structure, and reconnect with your sense of pleasure and joy. And also know that you do not need to be productive all of the time to be able to gain like recognition. Now it can come more easily. Dance, paint, perform, date, spend time with children, do some fun activities with them together, and do not be afraid to show what your heart feels and communicate that in a very like Leo kind of way. So this is not about like simply becoming more visible, but it's like actually to become visible for something that is really authentically yourself. So a mantra for you, my dear Aries, will be like, I courageously create from my heart space. I release my need for approval, and I also allow my authentic light to be seen and to be shine bright. Good luck, Aries. We have Taurus, Sun, Moon, or Rising. All right, my dear Taurus, you are going to have the solar eclipse in Leo in your fourth house. So, of course, the fourth house, it is the area of your home, your family, your property, your parents. It's also about your ancestral lineage. It can be triggering your emotional security. And it's actually playing out in your private life behind closed doors. It is very like emotionally intense here for you. And emotionally intense, with saying that, I do not mean I do not mean that in a negative kind of way. No, it can be overly overwhelming, intense on a positive note as well here with the sign of Leo. So this is definitely an important new chapter that is triggering where you live, how you live, who lives with you together. You might have a new roommate, family might expand, you might decide to move, you might want to purchase or sell a property, renovations within the home, like reorganizing your entire family situation. There is definitely like an expansive energy within that. Now, the eclipse is going to square your sun, moon, or rising. So there is a challenging aspect towards you, but challenge creates friction, and friction creates like kind of growth. And Jupiter wants growth here as well. So there's definitely going to be a very significant development in the life of either maybe one of your parents, especially the mother. But it's a solar eclipse, so it can definitely also be connected to the father in this case. But definitely there is something that is going to happen to a close family member, and it can be very positive. It can be a breakthrough, it can be a new start. Jupiter is like protection, or casting its protection energy in your fourth house as well. And with the south node here, the new beginning might first require a release. Like, for example, if you move, you let go of your previous home. So there's like a change within that. So you could leave a home, you could separate yourself, also from like an unhealthy family dynamic. You might also like recognize that certain like inherited emotional patterns from your ancestral lineage can no longer continue, and definitely breaking something within that. The eclipse is at 20 degrees, it's a Scorpio degree. You can definitely break through ancestral curses with this one. So the question here with the fourth house is always like, where do I feel safe enough to be like completely myself without having to like perform or prove my worth? Or I like with the South Node, there is a releasing tendency or aspect to release your need of like external validation or approval from family members as well. And with freeing yourself from that and by releasing that, you're gonna experience a whole lot more sense of like freedom within the fourth house. Jupiter is at 9 degrees. This is Sagittarius degree. It's about breaking free. It can also be about truths, like hidden things being eliminated from the from inside of the family. And it's at 20 degrees, the solar eclipse. There might also be an important family secret that comes out, and that gives you like some kind of clarity. That can also be the case here. With Jupiter here, it's like expanding all of the matters around home and family, and this is actually it can bring like a desire for like a bigger home, or like wanting more living space, wanting like more space, more freedom within your domestic life. So household can expand through like a new partner that moves in, or another child that gets born, or maybe like children are more the fifth house, but in the fourth house there might be, for example, some people from your family who either get married and then there is like a big celebration, or there's an engagement or a baby shower within the family. That is also very likely here with this energy. So this is about celebrations, homecoming. I think a little bit about like the tarot card of the Four of Wands. It can definitely be celebrations and finding your true place of belonging. And some of you are definitely going to relocate to another region, to another country, while others of you are definitely going to create like a new beautiful home office, or a new studio, or like a little spiritual hidden sanctuary within inside of your house where you can definitely calm down. And Jupiter rules over the 8th and also the 11th, but especially the 8th. So there can be like assistance coming in through like a partner's income, or you can get assistance from your family to be able to get a mortgage. There can also be an emphasis on inheritances, like family resources in general. So this is definitely can also be about like a long dream that finally comes out, that is connected to property or relocation. All of that could become like more easily attainable, also by the help or by the resources of other people with the 8th house here involved. But Jupiter can exaggerate. Be careful. Be careful about like being too overly confident. Like, for example, purchasing a property that is too expensive, or like underestimating the costs of your renovation, or maybe promising like your family members promising more support than they can like realistically provide for you. So that is something that you need to be a little bit mindful of, to make sure that there is some balance within that. Of course, there's also trying towards Saturn in your 12th house. So this is definitely also like, if you do changes within your home, your actual place of residence, then that's going to have a very deep effect on like inner processes that are hidden in the 12th house. It can definitely be like all the external changes in the home affecting like your deeper processes. 12th house can be about emotional closure, can be about healing, can be about release. Some of you are definitely going to be relocating to sacred places or nearby sacred sites, or like more secluded. The 12th house is about withdrawal as well. So like moving out of a big city, that can definitely also be the case here. But this can also be about like ending a long period of uncertainty or loneliness that is connected to your family dynamics as well. Saturn exposes like a lot of burdens that you have been carrying for years in the 12th house. And it's a heavy transit, honestly, Taurus. So let me know how you're doing with that. But the eclipse here is definitely going to help you to establish like these healthier boundaries, and also going to help you like stop taking a lot of responsibility for problems that do actually not belong to you, or that are not yours to fix. So this is a new start while something gets released at the same time. So because it trines Saturn in the 12th, it can also be about you planning a move behind the scenes, or like you're working behind the scenes on like a property transaction, or there is help coming in, divine intervention with like hidden resources that suddenly become visible or available to you. That can definitely also be the case here. So yeah, the biggest one is definitely like the biggest prediction can be definitely your family or household that tries to expand. And it can also be like an expansive energy into more happiness, more abundance, more prosperity. All of that is being triggered here during this time. But yeah, definitely put emphasis also on releasing unhealthy family patterns or ancestral curses. And that is also going to be adding towards like the more spiritual quality of Jupiter at his Sagittarius degree. You're going to gain more info, more knowledge that is like going to raise your vibration in regards to like your family lineage. So that is actually very beautiful here. So yeah, a mantra for you, my dear Taurus, could be: I release the past with a lot of love to actually create a secure and peaceful home foundation for my future. Good luck, my dear Taurus. We have Gemini, Sun, Moon, or Rising. All right, my dear Gemini, you're going to have the total solar eclipse in Leo in your third house. Now, this is beautiful, Gemini, because it's going to sextile your Sun, Moon, or Rising. And Gemini, the third house, is of course also connected to like the traditional Gemini house. So this is going to be an energy that you're quite familiar with. That is going to be very helpful for you, because the third house, it is the like Gemini area of communication, writing, speaking, learning. It's also about contracts, can be about siblings, neighbors, short distance journeys like road trips, and it's going to affect your immediate environment, your local environment, upon like you operate within, or doing errands, or going to the gas station, or when you go to a restaurant in a neighborhood. That is all the third house. So there can be a little bit more drama, a little bit more activity. The third house is the house of busyness, because there are phone calls, there are emails, there are DMs, there are like a lot of messages that are going to need to be answered. So this is definitely also going to transform how you communicate, and also how other people receive your message. So beautiful time to start writing, teaching. If you need to present like a slide deck, if you want to make a podcast, if you want to share your knowledge with a much larger audience, then this is going to be your green light, my dear Gemini. But because there's a south node here as well, you might first need to like release some kind of like a way how you were using your words. And with Gemini, and of course Uranus in your sign, you're probably quite outspoken lately, or a little bit rebelliousness within your speech, and there can definitely be a ruffling of feathers with Uranus in your sign. Well, now there's a supportive aspect towards Mercury and also Jupiter, and very widely the eclipse. So there's definitely like something that needs to be released first before there's an opportunity to become more authentically yourself without being too rebellious towards other people. Maybe you've been making yourself smaller. Maybe you've been over explaining your choices. Maybe you've been adapting your voice to receive certain external validation or approval from other people. And Leo here on the third house cusp, it's already like very blunt and very sometimes a bit dramatic, and how you ruffle certain feathers with the things that you're saying. But Leo here, that wants you to communicate with like greater confidence, but also like coming from a place of personal authority. So yeah, are you communicating what you truly believe with Jupiter, or are you actually performing a version of yourself that wants to receive like the safest response from other people? There's gonna be like a noticeable shift in that. And with Jupiter here as well, this is so beautiful, because it's expanding your voice, it's expanding your knowledge. The third house is also the house of studying. So studying higher knowledge, or something that is going to like expand your horizon, is also definitely going to be helping you during this eclipse. So Jupiter is definitely also going to be bringing you a lot of opportunities, and definitely expanding opportunities through writing, teaching, like Media, definitely also social media, if you're like a content creator or if you want to share more of your voice or your ideas or your vision online, then this can also be very helpful. If you're being invited to do an interview or if you need to do some public speaking, say yes to that. It's going to be very expansive within your life. And there can actually be a new business partnership coming in as well, where you can sign a new contract, because Jupiter is the ruler of your seventh house of like long-term commitment. And with Mercury, your chart ruler within the third house as well, there might definitely be a signing of a new contract related to a business partnership that is gonna be very like blessed in your life. Mercury, of course, also rules over your fourth house. There might even be like the buying of a home together with your partner as well. And by that, you like kind of change your local environment where you live in. That is also a possibility here. So, if you say certain stuff, Gemini, be prepared that like your message is going to travel way further than you first anticipated. And if you like launch a website or a podcast or a book or a course or a new channel or like a kind of marketing campaign, then that can definitely open up new doors. And because Jupiter rules your seventh and also your 10th house, then all of your communication that is definitely going to like support your career and also your relationship. So there can definitely be like a professional agreement. You might need another like valuable collaborator. You can attract new clients if you do like one-on-one work with clients through something that you say, something that you publish. That is definitely a possibility. If it's not that, then the third house has a lot of implications on your siblings. So maybe one of your siblings might enter a very big period of expansion or breakthrough moment or like a very important life development, and they're gonna have like big news for you. And the third house is also about like transportation or like on the road, buying a new vehicle. All of that could also become significant under this energy. But be careful, because Jupiter does amplify and sometimes it over amplifies. So be careful with like exaggerating like information and causing drama with the words that you're speaking. Be careful of like promising more than you can deliver or speaking with a lot of confidence before actually checking the facts if you're like right. So but with Mercury, your chart ruler here as well, that is so important for you. There can be sudden ideas, sudden announcements, invitations, breakthroughs, and your thinking is going to be so on fire and it's going to become so fast. And yeah, you might definitely rediscover like new ways of articulating yourself that feels way more original and also way more authentically you. So this is beautiful. The third house, it also rules actually over technological like means of technology, like technological devices or like artificial intelligence or like online media. All of that could become very important, and you might definitely receive some unexpected news that is going to change your direction quite quickly. So remain flexible within your plan, within your schedule. That is definitely going to be necessary. This is like a bit of like nervous energy, and you might become overstimulated. So write down your ideas that it's like out of your head, but do not like act upon every new idea immediately, or you're gonna become like overwhelmed and you're gonna experience like a mental burnout. So be a little bit more careful about that, my dear Gemini. Of course, it's also trying Saturn in your 11th house, and that is like support through audience, social media, going viral, friendships, your social sphere, online communities. That is all being supported here. So Saturn can definitely help you to turn like a new idea into like a structured project, and there can be like a new platform that you can gradually build like a very loyal audience over time. But you are definitely going to become more selective about the groups and the networks that you kind of participate in. So that can also change. There can definitely also be like an experienced grown up friend or mentor that could like start to support your work, or some kind of like professional organization that is going to take you in which you then can like have more visibility as well. So that is definitely going to help you to ground all of that into reality, my dear Gemini. So yeah, there can also be some big news from the neighbors, and maybe the neighbors or having a new child, and that then affects you if they are crying at night. I'm just like thinking out loud. But third house can also be about the neighbors, and there can be new neighbors moving in or moving out, or like a change within that as well. And it's going to be a lucky, blissful change. So be open to connecting with them, as they can actually also help you with some new doors that can be unlocked with this energy, my dear Gemini. So mantra for you could be like, my voice is so valuable. I communicate with a lot of courage. The words that I speak are bringing clarity. I use my integrity, and my messages reach the people who are ready to receive it. Good luck, Gemini. We have Cancer, Sun, Moon, Rising. So for my Cancer risings, the Leo solar eclipse is going to activate your second house, and that is actually the area of your own income. So think about your possessions, what makes you feel financially secure, your personal values, your talents, your skills, and how that then affects your self-worth. So this actually brings a very important new financial chapter for you, my dear Cancer, and you're definitely going to discover some kind of like new source of income, or a side hustle, or like a chance, or an opportunity, or like a change in how you earn money. Or maybe it is you're finally ready to recognize that one of your very beautiful talents has actually way greater value than you previously believed. So of course, with it being a south node eclipse here, there can be like financial growth, but first there's some kind of release or some kind of investment within your own skills to be able to have or attain that financial growth. You could actually leave a source of income that no longer feels sustainable, or you might also first release certain or sell certain possessions that then with that money that brings in, you can like invest more in yourself and in your skills and talents. You might also like repay a debt, or maybe you're gonna stop spending a lot of money to maintain a particular image. That is Leo. And the most important question, Cancer, is actually like, do you know your own value when nobody is applauding, when nobody is validating you, or when no one is financially rewarding you? Of course, it's a solar eclipse, but the moon is going to blot out the sun, and the moon, Cancer, it is your chart ruler. So every eclipse is like of uttermost importance to you. But during a solar eclipse, the moon is like temporarily covering the sun. So this is so symbolic for you, my dear Cancer, because your emotional needs and your sense of security might like temporarily be obscured, and that might feel you, or that might make you feel a little bit like uncertain. Lean into that, surrender to that. You're gonna feel way more like sensitive about money matters, or how the current economy and utility bills are actually affecting your stability. And you're also going to be way more sensitive towards whether your work is actually being appreciated by other people. And that is already like something that you kind of think is very important. So this does not mean that something is going to be wrong. No, it's just like you are showing that how you think about security, that is actually changing. So during this time, really avoid making these financial decisions that are coming from fear. That is definitely something that needs to be avoided. The eclipse is going to reveal what you genuinely need for yourself and your self-worth, but do not let that depend on like making a major expense. That is definitely something that you're going to need to be pondering upon. The positive thing is that Jupiter here, my dear Cancer, Jupiter is also now in your second house, so it's expanding your earning potential. It's also expanding your confidence. It's expanding your awareness around your own skills and talents. So this is so beautiful, because it's going to bring a raise for a lot of you, an opportunity that's going to be very profitable, new clients. If you do a launch about a new project, then that's going to be very successful. You might be growing your business. You might feel very ready to change your services. implement something new, and by that you're charging a bit more, or you're investing in developing your talents or your field of expertise even more fully. And of course, Jupiter rules over your sixth house, but also your ninth house. So if you have increases, then of course the sixth house that comes through work. Also, by looking at your health, the second house is also what we put in our mouth to be able to do our daily service towards other people. So look at your dietary or like nutrition, and how that affects your productivity. Maybe you're going to make a new start in what you put into your mouth, and with that you can like increase your personal magnetism, because if we eat food that is actually not beneficial to the body, then you can notice that within our like energetic resonance or within our vibration. And with Jupiter ruling over the sixth house of health and well-being, then it's very important to look at what you're consuming and how that's affecting your daily routine and your energy levels and your vitality and all of that. So the sixth house is also fitness routine. So if you like do sports, and in Leo that is more about team sports, Aries is more about like independent sports or solo sports. If you do enter some kind of new group activity in which you're going to have a lot of fun, then that can actually be very beneficial for your health and well-being, like going to the gym or doing some kind of like a sport or a workout, even if it's together with other people, like yoga, Pilates, just like something that you have a lot of fun with because it's in the sign of Leo, then that can definitely also help you boost your self-worth and your self-image. The only thing is that you can gain a little bit more weight easily during this time. That can also be the case. But of course, Jupiter, it's out of your sign. So you've probably already went through like the phase of being able to gain a little bit more weight easily. Now, maybe you can channel that extra dose of vitality and energy or a couple of extra pounds to, yeah, have something like, how do I say it in English? Yeah, just as like giving you the energy to work on something that is going to be of improvement and definitely about self-improvement as well. So yeah, definitely also with Jupiter ruling over the sixth and the ninth, there can also be like new opportunities or new income streams through teaching something, ninth house, through publishing, through traveling, through people of a different cultural background than yourself, like international clients, legal matters. You might win a court case and there is energy, or like a new job that is going to require like additional education, ninth house, or maybe certain knowledge that you already possess from the ninth house could now be implemented in a financial valuable kind of way. All very beautiful here. But Jupiter can also increase your expenses. So you're going to maybe feel called to purchase a little bit more of luxury items, investing in like a new course or study, or maybe you're going to spend some money to travel with the Jupiter ruling over the ninth. So yeah, expansion is possible, but it must be supported by like a financial security that is like grounded and realistic. It makes a trine towards Saturn in the 10th house. So that's definitely also like supportive energy being like, or coming in, that is connected to your career, your leadership, your reputation. And this is definitely a very strong indication that all your financial like income is going to be connected with your more professional, serious kind of role within society. So you might receive also a higher responsibility, or maybe you're going to establish a new business, and by that your sources of income are actually growing or expanding right now. And it's also very beautiful to actually formalize your position in an already like serious and well-known company, and you might by that also be building a more like stable public reputation, something in those regards. But Saturn, that doesn't come by itself. It takes a lot of work, preparation, consistency, integrity at your job. So yeah, you might get help from a father figure, a boss, an authority figure, the law, the government. All of that is going to be helpful for you. So yeah, Cancer. Mantra for you could be I recognize all my values, all my skills and talents. I honor them and I build lasting abundance through my confident and responsible choices and approach. Good luck, my dear Cancer. We have Leos, the stars of today's show. We have Leo, Sun, Moon, or Rising. Let me know in the chat, my dear Leo, how you're doing with your solar eclipse. This is going to be a big one. Buckle up, and you're already feeling it probably. I am surrounded by Leos, and oh my god, the roaring is definitely getting kicked up a notch, that is for sure. So, hopefully, you're feeling well. It happens in your sign in the first house. It is the area of your identity, so how you look. The rising sign is like people's first impression of you. So your appearance, your vitality, your personal goals and direction, how will the people experience you or perceive you. So this is actually a very big one. You're not just like simply starting a new project in one of the houses. No, you're starting a whole new entire version of yourself that is going to continue. Like the next step of the journey will be next year during another eclipse, and then we're going to see another one. So this is like the first steps into a whole new version of yourself. Quite exciting energy, you guys. So all of your priorities, your appearance, your ambitions, your public identity, all of that might definitely change considerably. So you might adopt a new title, a new role, a new image. This is good for personal rebranding as well. And others are definitely also gonna start to respond to you in a way different way, because you are like presenting yourself with greater authority. And of course, be careful because it's a south node eclipse, and the south node is a portal of release, while a solar eclipse is actually a new beginning. So we've got like a changing, a very big like portal of change going on here, because there is like an old identity that once brought a lot of attention and recognition and validation, or maybe a lot of success, that now might need to be released so a new, more authentic version of yourself can emerge. So who are you actually when no one is watching? Who are you when you are no longer performing the identity that other people have always been expecting of you? Something is changing. And of course, the sun, it is your chart ruler, my dear Leo. So this is like so important. Every solar eclipse is important for you because your solar, like your sun, your chart ruler is always being thrown into the mix during solar eclipses. But this one is in your sign. So this is wild, you guys. Just know that during an eclipse, the light of your chart ruler, your sun, is going to get like temporarily obscured. So first, you might be thinking like, Astrid, what you're saying, I feel a little bit uncertain right now, or I feel a little bit lower in energy, or you might feel like your usual confidence is shifting or disappearing a little bit during this portal. It is the whole point, my dear Leo. It is the south node that is like taking away your old identity while a new one is still being formed. So that might be a little bit like uncomfortable for certain Leos. You're very like normally very like secure and confident, and like yeah, this is definitely like an in-between, like twilight kind of energy right now. So yeah, just know that you do not immediately need to know what your next role is gonna be. There is a temporary darkness that is actually now creating space for a new, more authentic identity. Do not try to force anything, not certainty, not how you look, like your confidence. Pay attention to like what your body and your emotions are showing you, and look at the circumstances, because they will be talking directly back and forth to you in a very strong way, you guys. Because it's the first house and it's close towards the rising sign, of course. We need to talk about medical astrology as well. So medical astrology of Leo, that is the heart, circulation, your spine, and definitely like your lower back, especially. It also is about vitality, which is so strongly connected to life force energy of the sun. So you need to take your physical well-being seriously, and you need to find rest, when you feel that you need to, and you need to seek qualified medical, holistic, whatever kind of advice if you feel persistent symptoms. Of course, I can highlight certain organs or body parts that are connected to the sign of Leo, but it can be overall because it's in the rising sign and it's in the first house. Important time for health. If you have been struggling with a health issue, then you can definitely also release it during the conjunction to the South Node here. And the fact that Jupiter is here as well, this is starting like a new 12-year cycle of personal growth, of new success, of new validation, of your, like, you're being expanded. Your charm is being expanded, and you're already so charming, my dear Leo. You're so charismatic. You know how to win people's hearts over in a matter of a second. Like when you walk into a room, it's like you're on a catwalk, even if you're like entering the kitchen. Everyone has always seen you, and you do not mean to do that. Your light, your sunlight is just simply triggering that here. And some people can feel a little bit intimidated by that, and others are like a very big fan of you. It's so funny. A lot of viewers have like a little bit of a fan club from time to time. So yeah, Jupiter amplifies your confidence, new doors that are opening up. You might feel the need to travel more, to expand your horizons, to take on the lead more, to introduce yourself to a much larger audience. People are gonna notice you more easily. Your enthusiasm is definitely also gonna attract a lot of beneficial connections here for you. Jupiter, he rules over your fifth and also your eighth house. So your entire personal reinvention is definitely going to be connected to how creative you are. Maybe a new romance or a new situationship. Like long-term commitment is more the seventh house. The fifth house is where you fall in love. So maybe you're going to start to fall in love more with this new version of yourself. And that is going to then magnetize new attractions from new people. The fifth house is, of course, like also about your children. So some of you are definitely going to become pregnant under this energy. It's also like kind of triggers sexuality because it's the fifth and the eighth house that Jupiter rules over. So fifth house is where we feel attracted, like a sort of like a magnet to other people. And the eighth house is then definitely when we merge on like a deeper level. So there can definitely be big emphasis on like shared finances and how do we commit to one another, and that then like leading towards like a deeper psychological transformation. With Jupiter ruling over the eighth and the fifth, there is also like a tendency here that it's like the universe is saying, by tapping into more joy and fun and creativity and leisure time, with that you're gonna protect yourself more against like energy vampires. They are like part of the eighth house. So people who like siphon on your energy, you're gonna be able to eliminate that more easily by having a lot of fun. I think that is a very beautiful and easy remedy here in the chart for you, my dear Leo. So there's definitely gonna be also some kind of project that could put you in like even a bigger spotlight, and a new romantic relationship might also change how you see yourself, and you're going to recognize your own value even more, or you're going to be getting to know yourself better by like either a new sexual relationship or new means of flirtation or attraction or like means of having fun. You could also rediscover yourself by igniting an old hobby from the past, and that could also lead towards like deep psychological changes. So if you're already within a relationship, my dear Leo, then there can be also an intimate relationship that is going to require some kind of like greater vulnerability. But be careful, my dear Leo, because Jupiter, it magnifies everything. And that is also including pride, arrogance, excess, like excesses within your roaring, maybe unrealistic confidence to actually hide past wounds of rejection. That is also what the South Node is getting like triggered, is triggering right now. So be careful not to believe that your increased visibility automatically makes every decision that you make correct, or like it could feel like, oh, Jupiter is in my sign, I can say or do whatever I want, which can be very, very leonine, or leotistic. I sometimes call it leotistic instead of egotistic. Aries and other fire signs, they can be a little bit more egotistical or very focused on the self, but that is because they are kind of so within their fire and so within their confidence that they sometimes then forget a little bit how they are being perceived by others. But all of that is like shifting right now. So with Jupiter in your sign, there can definitely also be like literal like physical expansion. Be very careful of like excesses within food and alcohol, and like spending on luxury items, or spending like things on new clothes, or yeah, just like overdoing it. That is something that you need to be careful of, my dear Leo. Luckily, the eclipse is forming a very beautiful trine towards Saturn in your ninth house, and that is the house of beliefs, higher education, publishing, can also be about legal matters and also international experiences. So the growth that you're receiving right now within your sign, Saturn is going to help you to make that like lasting. It's going to like translate that into like lasting authority. And Saturn is at the top of the chart, so can become like very visibly known, like your increased maturity here. So, and if you are a teacher, if you publish something, if you need to formalize a certain expertise, or if you're within a leadership role that involves like guiding other people or teaching, then something is gonna like open up. New doors are opening up. And some of you are gonna even like wanting to move abroad, or there might be like an international opportunity that is going to take a lot of hard work and like careful consideration and like careful planning and taking it step by step. It's about maturity and confidence that comes from a place of natural authority. So Leo, a lot of people are going to want to steal the spotlight during the next couple of weeks. Be the mature leader and let other people shine too. That is what true leadership is all about. And if you're going to be able to embody that, then other people are going to put you on a pedestal. With the trine to Saturn in the ninth, people can look up to you, to your charisma, to your knowledge, to your leadership skills, and that is then going to lead towards like a lasting impression on how people perceive you. And definitely like within your work also, or someone who is above you, an authority figure, can be very proud of the person that you're becoming if you're being able to let go of the shadow sides of Leo. So a lot of energy here for you, my dear Leo. A mantra could be, I release the identity that I have outgrown, and I step very courageously into like the most authentic expression of who I am. Good luck, my dear Leo, and let me know what happens. We have Virgos and Moon rising. All right, my dear Virgos, this is gonna be like a very spiritual one for you. And let me take a sip before I continue for your sign. Very beautiful one, Virgo. I know a lot of my Virgos have been going through like a rough time, definitely the last 3 years. And this is positive news. The 12th house is the house of endings. It's the house of rest. It's the house of retreat. It's a very spiritual house. It's like about the unseen worlds. It's about like your spirit guides, your angels, the ones who are taking care for you on the other side. It is also going to trigger some subconscious patterns, some hidden matters, and it's a house where a lot of stuff like takes place behind the scenes, which is actually not always extremely visible to the outside world. So the positive news, my dear Virgo, if you've been feeling a little bit tired, if you're feeling drained, if you feel like the last 3 years have been such a big mess in regards to relationships or long-term commitment, whether that's business or other long-term friendships, then you're gonna be finally ending a long period of sadness. I'm actually happy to tell this because this is one of the more like quieter eclipses. It's more like, yeah, internally. And this is like you completing a cycle. And of course, you might feel like there's something shifting, something that you cannot fully put your finger upon, something shifting energetically. This is definitely such a big, powerful time to get a spiritual cleansing, like an energy healing session, or like hypnosis or soul retrieval work. Anything that is like, it is going to be so helpful for you if you have a spiritual cleansing in whatever way possible. There is like a release of certain self sabotaging behaviors and a new seed that is being planted into like stop sabotaging yourself. I know, Virgo, you're very critical and you're very like strict and you have your ducks in a row and you clean up other people's mess. Well, this is the energy that says, okay, now it's time to clean up my own mess. And it's gonna be so helpful for you because you're always ready to help other people, but now it's time to help yourself. And you're not gonna be able to escape it because it's in the 12th house. It's like in the unseen realms. It's like the universe deciding that it's time for you to plant a new seed within how you sabotage yourself by actually cleaning up other people's mess way too much. You need to stop being like a martyr also within your relationships and all of that. And all of that is being changed and like rewired here right now. So because the energy or like the fate acceleration energy is being protected within like the things that are unseen or that we're not being able to grasp, your body might need ample of more time to catch up with these internal profound shifts that are about to happen here or that are about to unfold for you. If you have a stronger need for solitude, sleep, or emotional distancing from like demanding situations, listen to that. Or you might become ill, or you might end up in the hospital. And I'm not over dramatizing it. Eclipses in the 12th house can sometimes mean a visit to the hospital. If you feel like you want to counter this energy, then you can go sit in the cafeteria of the hospital and simply work on whatever that you need to work. And with that, you're already gonna like tap into the energy because the 12th house are how it's a house of like secluded spaces. So you can either go work into the hospital, you can sit in church, although I'm not Catholic in any kind of way, but like go sit at like a spiritual place for you, whether that's a temple, a church, a monastery, whatever it is, go there and connect to the energy that is there. You might also have someone that naturally comes onto your path that is going to help you to clear out stuff in a spiritual, energetic kind of way. 12th house is also the house of sleep and dreams, so you might do a lot of work within like the astral realm, or you are going to be way more easy to like do astral projection and all of that, or like astral travel and all of that. So that is like very, very cool stuff. You're gonna have synchronicities that are gonna be off the charts, you guys. And I've actually had the luck and the blessing of a new energy healer that came onto my path that cleansed out a lot of things from my ancestral lineage. And look, that is because Jupiter rules over the 4th house, and that is your home and family. We can suffer immensely from our ancestral lineage. We kind of carry the karma. We are sometimes not being able to clear that out ourselves. Well, this is the energy where someone can be coming in to help you release that. And it's gonna like be, you're gonna feel like freed from something. And that is gonna give you a lot of inner peace. And by releasing certain patterns that are connected to your ancestral lineage, it's going to rewire and shift something within how you connect to like your partner, or like within marriage, or like your partnership dynamics that have been such a difficult theme for the past definitely 3 years. Something is shifting within that quite noticeably for you on the inside. Maybe not so much for other people, but you're gonna find like, oh, I attract certain different dynamics, and there can definitely be like a spiritual partner coming onto your path. But in the beginning, it might be a little bit more secretive, or it might be unfolding behind the scenes, or it might be meetings with your twin flame, even though I'm not really for the concept of twin flames, honestly. Maybe that's because my grounded Virgo rising, I don't know. Even though we have the descendant in Pisces, you might feel like there's a shift, and what you feel attracted to, and like your unconscious patterns of how you go out and about at relationships, what you like expect from a partner as well, and it can become way more in tune, way more aligned. This is actually going to be helpful, and your intuition is going to be so on fire, my dear Virgo. There is definitely some kind of karmic burden that you've been carrying for the past 18 years could finally reach a very important conclusion, my dear Virgo. And with the South Node, that can also like reveal unconscious patterns that are involving pride, that are affecting your relationships or your family dynamics at home, or your like need for recognition, or need to remain very strong for everyone else. And now you're gonna like start to become way more aware from your subconscious on like how much energy that you have been spending on maintaining that image, or trying to be competent, while actually privately behind closed doors feeling completely exhausted. Something is ending and something is being released within that. So yeah, well, what are you actually ready to release when no one else is expecting something of you, or when no one else is like looking on your fingers at all the work and service that you provide on a daily basis? And with Mercury, your chart ruler, is also within the 12th house. So this is definitely going to increase your intuition and your vivid dreams and your mental clarity as well. And I think you're going to receive a very important message, or like piece of information that you're going to receive behind the scenes, or you might finally start to understand something that was previously hidden from your view. And that could definitely also bring or come forward when you're within therapy, or meditation, or journaling, or doing your spiritual work or practices. Look at like dream interpretation. All of that can be like particularly revealing during this time. And Mercury, it forms like a supportive aspect also towards Uranus in the 10th house. So there can be like private realizations behind the scenes that could lead to like a surprising like new professional decision as well. Or maybe you're developing a business idea behind the scenes, and now you're almost ready to like announce it publicly, and it can be very helpful for you. Be careful for like mental overstimulation. If you struggle with anxiety, then that might be triggered in order for you to find a solution to release that once and for all. If you have a little bit more difficulty sleeping, that is because your body is processing a whole ton of extra information from the invisible realms right now, in which you're going to need like more rest. So give in to that. Do not burn yourself out, or you're going to have mental issues with this one. So, and with Jupiter ruling over the 4th and the 7th, as I already like said, either like, and that is only going to be for some of you because the eclipse is at 20 degrees. It is a Scorpio degree. It can be death, it can be rebirth, it can be crisis. And the 12th house of loss and difficulties and sorrow, there can be either a partner or a family member that might need a visit to the hospital. That is why in the beginning I told you, if you want to counterbalance the energy a little bit, go working in the cafeteria of the hospital, and maybe you're going to be able to already like implement the energies of like private secluded places, in which you then like maybe can reverse a little bit. But eclipses are fate accelerators, so in my opinion you might not be able to fully do that. But You never know. It also depends on like your own mind over matter. And Mercury in the 12th, accompanied by Jupiter and the eclipse, can definitely be about like mind bending information, or like be able to definitely bend something with your thoughts within like the unseen realms, and that then creating a ripple effect. Very witchy energy here with like this pact 12th house stellium for you, my dear Virgo. So yeah, all of your private developments that are happening behind the scenes in the 12th are definitely gonna involve either family members, or a partner, or someone who you have a very important contractual relationship with. Or maybe your partner makes plans behind your back. That can also be the case. Or you make them behind their back. That could also be the energy here. Some of you are gonna quietly prepare for a move. Some of you are gonna withdraw from like the public to focus more on your family life. Maybe that might be necessary. Maybe there might be a sickness within the family. Maybe there might be a family member that struggles with their heart that you might need to take care of. It all depends on your natal chart, honestly. So yeah, trying to Saturn and Aries in the 8th house could definitely also put an emphasis on working behind the scenes on your taxes, debts, inheritances, and looking at what the past 6 months brought within your psychological transformation. There is like a trine between the mystical houses. So it can also give you like more time to address certain complicated financial matters as well. Maybe you need to make like a repayment plan behind the scenes. Maybe you're busy organizing your taxes. That could also be the case here. Maybe you need to look at an insurance or an inheritance matter that is going to be connected to the family of a partner. That could also be the case. Only for some of you. That is like very specific. I'm just rambling on here right now. But the overall energy for every Virgo rising is going to be like that. There's going to be an exhausting or emotionally chapter that felt very draining, that is going to end after this eclipse. And with that comes the need to rest more, heal more in a private way, do a spiritual retreat overseas. That might be very helpful, and very helpful astrological remedy for this energy, because 12th house, it's very spiritual, it's very mystical, but it's not always easy, because there's like divine intervention and you're like out of control. And what do you Virgos love the most? That is being in control, together with Scorpio. But that is not gonna be like possible for you right now, with the eclipse also at the Scorpio degree. So yeah, a mantra for you, my dear Virgo, would be: I release what has completed its purpose, and in stillness I take ample of time to heal, be open to receiving guidance, and while doing that, I'm preparing for a whole new beginning. Good luck, Virgo. We have Libra, Sun, Moon, or Rising. All right, my dear Libra, this solar eclipse is going to activate your 11th house. So that is the area of friendships, communities, your like-minded people. It's like your soul tribe that is found within the 11th house. But it can also be a professional network that you're connected to. It can be your audience. There can be future long-term goals. And it can also be a lot of rewards that you receive from all of the work that you've been putting in from the 10th house. That is all falling under the 11th. So this eclipse is going to change the people that are surrounding you. Look at the 5 closest people that are surrounding you. You become like the average of that. And there's either a change. I think there's going to be, at the same time, new people coming in, while releasing from someone very important in your life. There are going to be new people coming in that are going to help you with your future that you're working towards. So with that comes the chance of entering a new community, developing like this larger audience on social media. There is a very big possibility for going viral here online. You might receive an opportunity that opens up a new door through a friend, through a professional contract. That is all very possible here. But with the South Node, there is an expansion, but first it needs to start with like a social kind of ending, or like you could leave a group and by that you join another one, or you've been outgrowing a certain friendship, or you're gonna like recognize that one of the ambitions that you were like creating, or the ambitions that you were feeding into, you only created that to receive approval from either your friend group or from like the group pressure, and you do not want that anymore. Now you're going to be able to tap into more of like genuine fulfillment by the things that you put onto the table within like society, but also within your like your social sphere. So your biggest question, Libra, is actually like, do my friendships and my ambitions support my authentic self, or am I actually just simply performing to be able to remain accepted by a certain group of people? That is going to shift. Your like the energy around that is going to shift. Now, of course, Venus is your chart ruler, and during the eclipse, she will be in your sign. And look, my dear Libra, oh my God, this is so exciting for you. Venus is trining Uranus, she's trining Pluto, she's opposing Neptune, she's sextiling Mercury. Your chart ruler, Venus, she is wild during this time, because like the solar eclipse in itself is already pretty wild, but the fact that Venus, your chart ruler, is within your sign, triggering all of these outer planets and also Mercury, that is just like, it doesn't get much better than this, my dear Libra. So, of course, Venus traveling through your house, this puts so much extra emphasis on your personal identity, on your charm, on your charisma, on your appearance, on your relationships, and you can feel like you become this big magnet. It's going to be like unreal. You might definitely find new love within your friend group as well. But you're definitely going to feel very ready to present yourself very different, and you're going to become way more selective about like the people who are going to be able to receive like your energy, or people who have access towards your energy. Normally you're very like, you're the sign of keeping harmony and you're the peacekeeper, but sometimes that can lead towards people pleasing behavior. Now that is going to change as well, because you're going to become more selective, and like your attractiveness, that is going to boost like your social influence, and all of that is going to increase. And it is such a powerful time for networking, for collaborations, for personal rebranding. And of course, Venus in Libra, she can sometimes like try to remain harmony at the cost of yourself or your own like honesty. And this eclipse is definitely gonna like show you where you have been compromising way too much to actually be able to remain certain friendships or harmony within the community or within your professional networks that involve a lot of colleagues. And you're being asked to definitely choose new relationships that value who you really are and not merely the role that you perform to them. That is so much like the transformative energy in the sign of Leo. So Jupiter, oh dear great benefic Jupiter, he's also co-present within your 11th house. So he is amplifying everything even more, expanding your network, explosion amongst your audience. This is like also the energy of being able to meet very influential people, and you're going to receive a lot of support either from an important friend who is very wise, who is like kind of like a guide or guru towards you, or from a larger organization that you're part of. Like look at the social media platform, look at like community progress projects, look at like professional networks that can grow considerably with Jupiter in the 11th as well. And Jupiter, he rules over your 3rd house of Sag and also your 6th house of Pisces. So these new opportunities that are going to arrive in your 11th house are going to be connected by you either communicating something important, like launching something on a website, making like an announcement through like an email list, or it might also be through teaching. If you're a teacher, then new opportunities can be in those regards as well. If you're within like the media, or new opportunities might also come through colleagues. Jupiter ruling over the 6th. Like there are new opportunities for friendships that can come through work as well. Maybe something that you write, something that you publish, something that you discuss could definitely connect you either with the right job, the right audience, or the right environment, and the right friend is going to help you. It's like being at the right place at the right time, and that opening up new doors. A friend might offer you work or like a new job, or maybe a friend is going to introduce you to like another valuable contract, and they're gonna help solve you like a practical problem from the 6th and the 3rd by speaking about it, by coming to a conclusion. Your daily environment from the 3rd is definitely also going to change because of maybe a new team or a new community. All of it is definitely intertwined. But there's always a but. Leo is quite dramatic and Jupiter can blow things up. There can be social drama within the friend group. Be very careful about like trusting someone purely because they possess a high status or have a lot of influence, or maybe they have like huge numbers of followers. Do not back down. It's going to be some kind of a test to see how true that you stay towards yourself. The trine to Saturn in your 7th house, there is like a balancing, structurizing, stable energy that is going to connect you towards, or like a friend can introduce you to like a new business partnership. It's like another confirmation of the things that I'm saying here. So business collaboration, signing an important contract, committing to building something with another person that is going to be beneficial for you. Friendships can become more serious. An existing relationship might also need clearer agreements about where the future is like heading towards. Saturn can strengthen very dependable relationships, and it's also going to expose a lot of connections that are actually lacking commitment or mutual respect. So Libra, you're definitely entering a new like friendship group. You're definitely gonna get introductions that are gonna lead to new important opportunities. A social connection could also develop into like a romantic or even business partnership, and you're definitely gonna sign some kind of new contract that involves teams or working together or being the organizer or something. So avoid popularity contests, if you know what I mean. Avoid social drama, avoid alliances that are only based on status and looks. A mantra for you, my dear Libra, could be I welcome friendships and also opportunities that actually honor my authentic self. I build my future with all of the people who actually share my values and at the same time are being able to respect my boundaries. Good luck, Libra. We have Scorpio, Sun, Moon, or Rising. All right, my dear Scorpio, you are going to have the eclipse in Leo in your 10th house. The 10th house is the area of your career. It is the area of your leadership position, your reputation. It's also at the top of the chart. So it's extremely publicly visible. It is the house of authority. And it's actually your field of interest as well, where you want to excel at, shine in, and that is definitely going to be the case now, my dear Scorpio. It's also your house of social status, so some of you are going to see change in social status as well. But this is definitely like a very professional, significant eclipse for you. You might get a raise, you might enter into a new role, you might receive greater recognition. You're also going to like radically reconsider what success truly means to you, and that is going to shift. With the South Node, there is like a release of a certain energy of how you look at success, and how you look at that is going to be given another meaning. Maybe you're a Scorpio who sees having a lot of money as a big success. Of course, Scorpio rules over big sums of money, so that is very naturally for you to be inclined towards that energy. You're inhabiting that. But with Jupiter now there, accompanying this eclipse and the South Node, there can be a release of what you previously thought was successful. And with Jupiter, the planet of awareness and also like wisdom, maybe you're gonna start thinking different about success. You're gonna start to become way more aware. Maybe true wisdom is way more successful than having large numbers on your bank account, having like the wisdom of life, and being able to zoom out and look at the bigger picture, being able to connect the dots in your career, like all of that energy is definitely very strong, and people are gonna like look up to you for some kind of reason. Jupiter is like sometimes when it's in the 10th house, people can really put you on a pedestal for some kind of reason. So because it's also like a south node eclipse, there can be like an ending of an existing position, or maybe a certain title that you wear. How the public perceives you might change, and you might definitely also leave a certain career path that appears very impressive to other people, but to you internally it feels no longer meaningful, and you can like sidetrack or like jump timelines or like change your tactics, your course, something within that. So there's definitely a lot of changes. If you are self-employed, then there can be changes with the manager of your business, or also the manager of the company that you work for. Can be a change within employees. There's a trine towards Saturn in the 6th house. You might have a new colleague, you might have a new employee. Maybe something changes within like government institutions that you might need to work with together, and there might be new rules. That might also, I know it's like very specific, but it just like came up, so I want to share it. And the 10th house is also like the house of authority figures, like your parent. There could be like a change with an influential parent. Look at who's the most influential parent of the two. There can be a change with them, very much possible. So yeah, are you pursuing a vocation that actually expresses your authentic power, or are you just like maintaining a title because it gives you like the so badly wanted recognition and status that is not gonna fill the gaps anymore, Scorpio? So it's good. It is a transformation. It's at 20 degrees, the eclipse. It's a Scorpio degree. So you might definitely have a new boss, or if there's someone who needs to tell you what to do, which is actually very unlikely for a lot of Scorpios, then there might be a change with them as well. So Mars is of course your chart ruler, and it hops just like hours before this eclipse. It jumps into the sign of Cancer. So that is in your 9th house. So your career developments are somehow gonna be connected to travel, international affairs, higher education, putting a lot of energy and effort into getting another degree. And it's also going to be connected to something that you teach, something that you publish. Law and legality can be connected, but for most of my Scorpios, it will be connected to your own personal beliefs. That is the 9th house. What you believe is possible. And your chart ruler Mars is going to add a lot of energy into that. So some of you are going to decide to study something new that is then later going to be able to support your professional future, or there might be like an opportunity that can be connected through another country, or people with a different cultural background than yourself. There might be new international clients. There might be a new educational institution that is going to help you progress forward in your career. Some of you Scorpios are going to start to begin to teach, to publish, to share your expertise in a very public kind of way. So just know with your chart ruler in Cancer, Cancer is a very emotionally driven sign. If you're fed up in regards to your career, then you might make decisions that are going to be like in the heat of the moment, very emotionally charged, like throwing the towel into the ring, starting or changing jobs, or you get a promotion, but you do not earn enough according to the promotion, and you're going to be very like, I need to like be having a decent payout and be very like feisty about that. Because you believe that you earn more, or that you need to earn more, and there can be like a little bit of bickery about that as well. There can definitely be like disagreements involving beliefs. If you are within a court case, then that is going to be changing something within your reputation, and probably not for the best, honestly. Mars is starting to square Neptune, and later in the month it's going to square Saturn. Actually, the beginning of September, yes. So be a bit careful with court cases. That might not be so positive for you. All right. Yeah, it's like legal matters or like professional ethics that could like influence your career or like your reputation as well. protect what matters to you, but definitely avoid reacting very defensively before understanding like the complete situation, so you do not shoot yourself in the foot. And then with Jupiter also in the 10th house, there's definitely like an expansion within visibility, within your professional influence, and that can definitely bring like a promotion that is more like successful than you thought, or like bigger than you thought, or like a successful launch or a new business opportunity, reaching more people. Jupiter rules over your 5th and also your 2nd house. So your growth, or like your professional growth within your career, that might definitely be like increasing your income, 2nd house. And with that like increased income, that is gonna then like allow you to tap more into your creativity, or take some time off, have some more fun. 5th house is entertainment, children, entrepreneurial qualities, or entrepreneurship, something within those regards as well. Or like some of your personal talents could also become part of like your public vocation, where you're being known for. And Jupiter magnifies your reputation, but be careful, because Jupiter can also like magnify your bad reputation if you have a bad reputation. So just like be careful about that. Greater recognition is definitely in the cards for you, but also mistakes, arrogance, exaggerated promises. If you're doing that, then that is also going to become very visible in the 10th house. So remain confident, but do not directly assume that all of your professional successes place you above someone else. If you're gonna do that, then the South Node is gonna punish you, and he might like take you from the pedestal immediately after that. So be careful with that, Scorpio. And mantra for you, my dear Scorpio, could be: I release the need to prove my power. I lead with a lot of integrity, and with that, I build a vocation that reflects my authentic purpose. Good luck, my dear Scorpio. We have Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. All right, my dear Sagittarius, this is so positive for you, because this eclipse falls in a fellow fire sign, and it's trining your Sun, Moon, and Rising, and it's conjunct your chart ruler Jupiter. Oh my God, this is big, this is huge, this is so beneficial for you, my dear Sag. And of course, the solar eclipse in Leo, it falls in your 9th house. That is like the area of your chart that governs over international travel, like really long distance travel, higher education, teaching, publishing, law and legality. It's also a spiritual house. It's like the house of our faith and religion and universal knowledge. And it's your understanding of the world that gets triggered and reignited here. The 9th house is the original Sagittarius house. Oh my God, Sagittarius. An eclipse in a fellow fire sign with your chart ruler Jupiter in the 9th house, the traditional Sag house, you guys. This is like, let me know what happens. I'm so curious. I'm so excited for you guys. And of course, this eclipse is gonna start like a major expansion in like your horizons. You could travel more, move abroad, start or finish a degree, probably starting or like finishing up a degree and taking on another spiritual course or study. You might publish your work, or you might become more like publicly recognized as like a teacher or an expert or some kind of a guru. But it is a South Node eclipse. So first, yeah, growth, it might require you to like release an outdated belief. The 9th house is what we deem to be possible. It's what we believe is possible. It's about philosophy, spiritual teachings. It's about like a worldview that once gave your life meaning is now no longer going to answer certain present questions. And you might need to reassess and reevaluate and start something new within your belief system. So you may also outgrow a certain teacher that you look up to, or a certain guru, or maybe, yeah, it's like the question here for you, my dear Sag, is like, are your beliefs, are they based on like your personal truth and lived experiences, 9th house, or have you like adopted them because that gave you like an identity, or kind of certainty, or maybe approval of other people. Jupiter, your chart ruler, oh my god, it's trining your sun, moon, or rising. That makes it so especially potent for you. Jupiter through Leo in your ninth house, where it like naturally supports exploration, wisdom, education, cultural exchanges. This is so beautiful. This is like so important, and it also like triggers a very important new 12-year chapter for you here. So a lot of you are going to feel called to take a new risk, to follow a new dream, to share all your knowledge with what you like know with a larger audience. If you do embark on a journey, then that could like fundamentally change your sense of identity, you guys. And Jupiter rules over you, of course, but also your fourth house. So all of the international developments, they can affect your home and family as well. A lot of Sagittarius that are going to look to move to another state, another city, another country even. A lot of you might relocate. You might even purchase a second home or property abroad. You might need to divide your time between two locations, or maybe you're going to create a home that better supports your expansion that is going on in life. And Jupiter, that always increases confidence, definitely in Leo, definitely when it trines you. But it can also give you this kind of like certainty, preacher kind of energy without like sufficient evidence. So you need to be careful. You need to like really remain open to being corrected. And you really need to like examine all of the legal, ninth house, educational, and even if you apply for a visa or a certain green card or like immigration details, all of that you're gonna need to like read the fine print and read that very carefully. That is also because Mercury is within that house, and Mercury is actually the one of the planets together with Jupiter that rule over traveling. So that is beautiful. It is actually making also a sextile towards Venus in your 11th house of friends, and it also makes a sextile towards Uranus in your 7th. So there are like unexpected maybe proposals or contracts or collaborations or some kind of new relationship that's going to be formed with someone from another country or like another cultural background than the one you have yourself. So I'm definitely also going to have a lot of news involving certain courses, spiritual journeys, publishing certain stuff. If you're in a court case, you might also like have this unexpected arrival of new news that very suddenly happens. And with the sextile to Uranus, there might also be like a partner that receives an international opportunity and then you follow along with them, or you and another person might make very surprising plans together and like merge your belief systems or share a lot of like, it's about shared visions with a partner and acting upon that. If you sign a contract, read it carefully. Mercury opposes Pluto from the third. Read contracts very carefully. You might need to double check travel arrangements because events are gonna like develop rather quickly and you're gonna need to like take action upon them. Now, the eclipse in the ninth house, it also trines Saturn in the fifth, and that is the house of creativity, romance, children, and entrepreneurship. It's actually the traditional Leo house. So an eclipse in Leo trines the Leo house. That is positive. Saturn there, it's going to help to give you more structure to all of your knowledge and your lived experiences and your creative ideas. And some of you are going to write a very serious book. Maybe some of you are going to develop a professional course, or maybe you're going to commit to like a new long-term teaching project. It's definitely about like expansive knowledge, or your knowledge is getting expanded. And when you have Jupiter, your chart ruler, in the ninth house, that is like a very like blessed energy. This is about abundance, prosperity, divine guidance, being at the right place at the right time when things might seem to go south at the very last moment. Something swoops in, saves you from the danger. It might be like about miracles as well for you, my dear Sagittarius. So if you encounter a new guru or teacher or mentor or guide, then they can be of big luck to you, and they can definitely help you to believe in yourself more, believe more in what is possible for you in this lifetime. And then the Trine to Saturn, that is definitely like you might start to believe in yourself more, and a creative talent could become way more serious. You're gonna like structurize your fire in some very prominent kind of ways. Saturn trines you, Jupiter trines you, the eclipse trines you. There's a grand fire trine here for you. This is gonna be lit. It's gonna be so cool for you guys. So definitely Sagittarius for you. There is a tremendous opportunity for traveling, and by your lived experience that are going to happen there, your entire identity might shift. You might like open your eyes even more fully. There might be a lot of luck in international dealings and affairs, and you could totally begin like a new higher education, and books, courses, workshops, everything that you're going to publish, everything that you're launching is going to gain a lot of traction. So and then of course, like everything that's connected to legal things, visas, all of that could develop quite quickly as well. And there is definitely going to be a spiritual awakening that is going to change your entire worldview. So you're going to leave behind a certain belief system, certain teachers, certain institution that you've outgrown, and new, more aligned vision is falling into place for you. So question all of the beliefs that you have actually been accepting without them coming fully from your own heart. And also make space and room to listen to other people's vision, and make space for like knowledge that also challenges your current worldview. It's going to help you. So yeah, your wisdom, it does not come from having every answer. It comes from like remaining very curious enough to continue learning. And Sag, you are like the never-ending student of life, just like Gemini. So there is like a new piece of missing information that is going to open something up within how you look at this world, and it's going to be very positive. You are going to be blessed, you're going to be lucky, you're going to be at the right place at the right time. So for you, Sag, a mantra could be: I release my limiting beliefs and I courageously expand my world. I trust the journey while remaining open, grounded, and also willing to keep on learning. Good luck, my dear Sagittarius. We have Capricorn, Sun, Moon, Rising. All right, my dear Capricorn, you are going to have the solar eclipse in your 8th house of Leo. That is the most intense house of the entire zodiac chart. So it's the area that governs over like shared finances, taxes, debts, inheritances, insurance, mortgage, investments, intimacy, psychological, energetic, financial, and sexual entanglements with other people. It is also the house of the mystical and like the occult things, or the occult realms. It's like the house of crossed over loved ones, being able to talk to them. It's a very mystical, occult house. And it's a house where we resurrect from the darkness. Everything that goes into the 8th house, it goes like to hell and back. So it's going to bring up a lot of secrets for you, my guys. It's going to bring up abundance in other people's shared like finances, where you do not have to work for yourself. It's going to open up a whole new awareness about who is silently siphoning on your energy, and you might need to get rid of certain like energetic entanglements. You might need to focus on cord cutting during this one as well. So definitely a very important financial and emotional or like psychological restructuring. Money that is connected with a partner, with a family member, with the bank, with the government, within business, all of that is going to become like the central issues here. South Node eclipse, you are going to need to release some kind of unhealthy financial or emotional entanglement. That is for sure. And that is going to be good that you get rid of that. Maybe you're going to repay a debt. Maybe you are going to put an end to a certain agreement. Maybe you're going to recognize that another person has way too much influence over your sense of security and taking back your power. The 8th house is the house of power. So look where you have been giving your power away, where you need to reclaim it. There's a sort of changing within that dynamic going on right now. Good question for you is like, where have I surrendered my power because I was actually afraid of losing financial support, emotional intimacy, or control? And look at how you can like rebalance that. Jupiter also within that house, it is expanding all of your shared resources, and it's also expanding your opportunities for financial support. So Jupiter can bring certain shifts in a mortgage. It can bring a very big return on investment. It can even bring an inheritance. It can bring like an insurance settlement, business funding, a loan from the bank. There can be an increase in your partner's income, or you might like kind of receive support that really allows you to make a very big important change here. And Jupiter, he rules over your third and also your 12th house. So all of the developments that are being written on paper, third house, are like contracts, can also be about like confidential information. It can be something big that happens with siblings, or like private negotiations that are going on behind the scenes. Something behind the scenes is shifting, and there is a shift within power dynamics with your self-sabotaging behavior and how that affects the bonds with your neighbors and your siblings. Or there is like a change within how you communicate and connect to your local environment as well. And there's like an intense death and rebirth going on here. So there can be a secret, there can be previously hidden financial matters that are going to be revealed here for you. You actually have the most revelatory eclipse of all the signs here. And Jupiter can increase your resources, but it can also increase depth. Jupiter simply magnifies whatever it touches. So be very careful about borrowing too much, about ignoring certain documents that are connected to taxes, or maybe forgetting about them. Although you're a Capricorn, you're probably not going to forget that. But also do not like assume that other people's money is going to remain available forever. That might also not be the case. So there are shifts going on in here. And then Saturn is, of course, your chart ruler, my dear Cappy, and the eclipse is trining Saturn. So, and it's trining from the 8th to the 4th, and the 4th house, that is about your home, family, and property. So the fact that there's such a big financial eclipse trining your Saturn, your chart ruler, in your 4th house of home, that is of uttermost importance for you, Capricorn, because it's connecting the shared finances from the 8th with like your domestic situation at home. So a lot of you are going to rearrange a mortgage, or maybe some of you are going to look for financing renovation. Some of you are going to split assets and divide certain family properties. Some of you are going to need to come together with family because maybe someone elder passed away in the family, and now you need to deal with the inheritance. So it could also mean that like a family member might also require financial support. And maybe you establish like clearer boundaries around what you are willing to provide to another person. Saturn is also about like creating a very secure foundation. Definitely about like agreements concerning property and family money that are in writing in some kind of way here. So Mars enters your opposing sign of Cancer here in your 7th house a day before the eclipse here. So that increases the activity with partnerships, and you might need to look at what your partner is doing with the shared finances, you guys. There might be some conflict about that, or some kind of like secret that is getting revealed, and maybe your partner is going to make some kind of a decision that could lead towards loss or fights over money. That is possible. That was very specific, and it will not be for anyone, but still I am like throwing it out here while I'm at it. But there's definitely like a lot of energy, and like a partner is going to make some kind of important financial or professional decision, and you might need to like, yeah, maybe it's going to cause some issues at home because Mars is going to square off with Neptune, later with Saturn. So there's difficult energy and that going on right now. So maybe you will also negotiate or have some fights about certain bills or debts, or how the responsibilities are divided, because the 8th house, like the 5th house is where we fall in love. The 7th house is where we like make a commitment to one another. And then in the 8th house, that is the deep house where we decide upon who works when and how much, and what do I do, who does the chores, who goes for groceries, who does the dishes. It's like the give and take axis, the 2nd and the 8th house. So everything happens in the 8th house, and maybe you're going to renegotiate certain split responsibilities and how that affects your home situation as well. Of course, the eight, it is not only about money, it is also like the house of emotional trust. So it's also going to put a very big spotlight on where fear, jealousy, or like the need for control, how that has actually prevented genuine vulnerability with one another. And relationships, they can deepen, but only when both people are comfortable with discussing some truths, going over some hidden information that is getting revealed. It's like about discussing uncomfortable truths in some kind of way here. So a very big spotlight on everything that is connected to taxes and money and all of that, and you might definitely repay something. If money is owed to you, then you might also see it back. That is also an energy here. There can be an unexpected windfall, an unexpected like pennies from heaven here in the eighth house, and there might be some incoming that you weren't really expecting in that. If you struggle with vulnerability, I would strongly advise you to go to therapy, to do some psychological work, because that is gonna lead towards a very like big breakthrough. Avoid excessive borrowing, risky investments, or like informal financial promises. That is something that you're gonna need to be careful for, because Jupiter, it's like larger than life. It can overpromise, but like there is also like a sextile towards Venus in the 10th house. So there can be some very beneficial financial work coming in. There might be a change within your job. You might have like an increase. If you invested shares in your own company, or in the company that you work for, then that might increase as well under this energy. So just be careful by making taking too big of a risks here. And definitely also in the stock market, Leo rules over the stock market. You are a sign that can definitely see return on investments, but I do not know if it's like the best time to make very big investments in that right now. Definitely not on the day of the eclipse, you guys. And look at your own chart. I'm not going to predict anything that is so specific and so important, because for that I won't need to look at your own natal chart. So Capricorn, a mantra for you could be: I release all of my unhealthy attachments, and by that I reclaim my emotional and financial power. I build my life through trust, honesty, responsibility, and clear boundaries. Good luck, my dear Capricorn. We have Aquarius in Moon or Rising. All right, my dear Aquarius, you are going to have the total solar eclipse in Leo in your opposing sign in the 7th house. This is so important, Aquarius, because we're now officially this year within the eclipse axis that affects you and your other person. So in February, on the 17th, earlier this year, we had a solar eclipse in your sign. So that was in the middle of February. Look at what's happened then, because now we see one at the opposite side of the wheel in your 7th house of Leo. So this is definitely the area of marriage, partnerships, committed relationships, business, clients, contracts. But the 7th house is also open competitors or like open enemies. So this is like a major new relationship chapter. And there can be a significant person that is going to enter your life. And definitely if you're single, this can definitely kick off the start of a whole new partnership. So if you're already within a relationship, then an existing one can become more serious, more committed. A collaboration within business can develop more deeply as well. And of course, it's a South Node eclipse. So maybe this new beginning might require the release of an old relationship pattern. Partnerships that are based on drama, external validation, unequal attention, or like the constant need for validation that is no longer going to be sustainable for you, my dear Aqua. So someone could leave your life, but the deeper purpose is going to be to create space for a new balanced connection that is going to come in after. So can you participate in a relationship without losing your own individuality, or requiring the other person to like revolve totally around you? That is like the axis that needs to get rebalanced here for you, my dear Aqua. And eclipses, they're always fate accelerators. So there can even be like a very important breakthrough happening within your partner's life. It doesn't necessarily need to mean in your life. Your partner can definitely have some very, very big news for you. With Jupiter there, he's like expanding your relationship zone, and your opportunities to form a new partnership. So you might meet someone very confident in the sign of Leo, very creative, very generous, someone who is like publicly very visible, who is like, yeah, maybe even famous or well known within their community. They are somewhat like kind of a bit of like leader within your community. And existing couples or people who are already within an established relationship, you might become engaged or marry, or maybe you're going to renew your commitment, or you're together, you can make an important decision about the future as well. And on a professional level, because it's also the house of business partnerships, this can definitely bring new clients and contracts and advisors and maybe even financial advisors in the sign of Leo. But it's Leo is like about speculative investments and gamblings and casinos, and maybe you're going to do that together with your partner. Be careful not taking too much of a risk here. It's definitely the days surrounding the eclipse. Jupiter, he rules over your second house of money and also your 11th house of social sphere and friendships. So your partnership, or like a new friendship or a partnership, that might increase your own income, second house, or you can connect with a larger audience with like also growing your professional network. Jupiter already like always amplifies what already exists. So a healthy relationship is going to grow, but if your relationship is unbalanced, then that is going to become way more dramatic under this energy. So really avoid idolizing someone because of their confidence or their popularity or their like current social position. There might be a very big change in that. And if you're gonna like be attracted to them for their position, then that might not stay the same with the South Node there. So be careful, make sure that it's for real love and not for the flair of it. Saturn, of course, Saturn is your traditional chart ruler, and he's in the third house. So Aquarius, you have two chart rulers, Uranus in the fifth and Saturn in the third. So the eclipse is trining Saturn in the third. So that is the house of communication, also agreements and documentation as well. So there is a supportive aspect. So this is beautiful. It's also suggesting that there are going to be a lot of serious conversations with your partnership that can bring new kind of foundation or stability. And relationships, they can become more committed because both people are going to be willing way more to define the expectations and the responsibilities at home. So contracts, boundaries, long-term plans are going to be discussed greatly, and definitely another period for relying on assumptions. No, you need to talk things through, say what you mean, make sure that the other person understands, because a business partnership can become sustainable when the roles are clearly divided, when payment is being put on paper, third house, when ownership is being clearly documented. That is going to be very important. And then Uranus, your other, that is your modern day ruler. He is traveling through the fifth. And look, the eclipse is sextiling Venus by sign. It's also sextiling Gemini by sign, Libra by sign, and Gemini by sign. So there is like a minor grand trine going on between Venus, Mercury definitely, and Uranus here as well. Very specific. It happens at 5 degrees, which is actually a Leo degree. And that is actually so important for this eclipse. And this can definitely bring some unexpected romantic meetings or a surprising proposal, or friendships might suddenly become more romantic, or you meet a partner while you travel abroad. Can also happen here. So there is a lot of energy that wants to focus you or puts a spotlight on the other person. And of course, with Uranus in the fifth house, children are also going to be very important, and there might be a breakthrough from them. And if you have a partner who has children, maybe from another marriage, then there might also be a very big breakthrough within the lives of your partner's children. Something very positive, something blissful, something beautiful. So that is definitely trying to add more excitement and blissful energy into the mix here. So yeah, definitely avoid idolizing charismatic people or surrendering your independence for approval, even though Aquarius, I know you're not really the one to do that. but still I want to put an emphasis on that because that could be like a little bit of a downfall. But just know that a partner can receive an opportunity that is very important, maybe greater visibility as well, and you're going to attract new clients, and there can be positive developments within the lives of your children as well. So if you're an Aquarius, especially if you have a sun, moon, or rising between 17 to 24 degrees of Aquarius, then you're going to receive a direct opposition and you're going to experience especially important relationship turning points during this eclipse time. So review the balance between like giving and receiving in relationships, and also like notice where one person is expected to provide all of the attention and emotional labor towards the other one. If you're within such a relationship, you need to release it. Have direct conversations with Saturn and the Trine in the third house about commitment, about what you expect, about money, about boundaries. Put important new professional agreements in writing, put your signature under it, and allow relationships to evolve. Just be mindful not to abandon your individuality, but I know you guys normally don't do that. The right partnerships are going to support your authentic self than trying to diminish your light. And you also need to be careful with Pluto in your sign. You can be very like powerful and even maybe a little bit over controlling towards partnerships as well. Make sure you do not push their buttons, or there's going to be a lot of drama. So make sure that you use your power in the correct way, you guys. Otherwise, you can get some like disturbing news with Mercury opposing Pluto, and there's definitely going to be some kind of secret being revealed in relationships as well. So a mantra for you, my dear Aquarius, could be: I welcome relationships that are built upon equality, honesty, and mutual respect. I can also remain true to myself while I open up my heart to another person. And by that, I can form a meaningful partnership. Good luck, my dear Aquarius. We have Pisces, Sun, Moon, or Rising. All right, my dear Pisces, you are going to have the solar eclipse in Leo in your 6th house. It is the area of work, daily routines, health and well-being, your daily service towards other people, your colleagues, your office space, your employees, your animals. Pets are also very important in this 6th house. So this eclipse, it wants to like completely reorganize your everyday life. Some of you are gonna get fired or are gonna quit, and you're gonna start a new job. You might take on a different position in the current job that you're doing, or there is going to be somehow a kind of change in how your working day is structured. It is a South Node eclipse, so this new beginning is going to be accompanied by first you're being like required to release an exhausting routine or role or daily habit. All of the unhealthy habits that are affecting your health and well-being and also your productivity within your work environment, they need to go. So you could definitely recognize that you have been overworking, because being needed and being the martyr make you feel valuable, but that is actually an illusion. So the question for you, Pisces, is like, does my daily life support my well-being, or am I like sacrificing myself to prove just how useful and dependable I am? Well, actually, my nervous system and my entire auric field does not allow me to do that. But then by that, people sometimes think I'm lazy. Well, that's actually not the case. You just need more rest to unwind from the external noise. And you might really need to listen to the subtle cues of your body, my dear Pisces. 6th house, it does rule over health and well-being. And on the opposite side of the wheel, we see Aquarius with Pluto there. And some of you might receive some stressful news that could lead towards obsessive overthinking. I'm just going to say it. Mercury at 5 degrees opposing Pluto from the 6th to the 12th. The 6th and the 12th is mental health and physical health, and having to balance that out. So there's a major energy within that. And the 6th house can be the house of stress, because you need to get done everything in time by the end of the day. So do not overdo it, or you can get sick. Leo rules over the heart, the circulation, the spine, especially the lower back. You're going to need to be more attentive towards those parts of your body. And if you feel heart palpitations, then that is already a sign that you're overdoing it and that you're heading for burnout. So do not do it to yourself, you guys. Jupiter in the 6th, That is also like good for like professional opportunities, new opportunities for employment, for colleagues. That can be helpful whenever you feel tired and you need to take a break. And there can be expansion within your business. You might need to take on an employee. You might receive more clients. You might also like build a team together within a job office. You might develop new work that really allows you to use your creativity and leadership abilities fully. And that's going to be beautiful because Jupiter, he rules over the 10th house, and the 10th house is like your career and vocation and what you're being known for. So the changes in your daily routine and in your daily work from the 6th are directly going to have an impact or going to influence like your career and reputation from the 10th as well. So there's like a temporary assignment maybe that could develop into a more important role. If you get the chance to like take on some extra work, and by that you can like climb the professional ladder, and I would definitely say you need to do it, but do not overwork yourself. Professional growth, it is requiring like a complete restructuring of your schedule as well. 6th house can be very busy. It is like our daily schedule, and there's gonna be some plot twist in that. So the challenge is that Jupiter can bring too much work, and sometimes certain opportunities are not majorly beneficial if it leaves you like physically and emotionally depleted, and that is where you need to balance things out. So the 6th house, it is like also managing your health habits and looking at your existing health condition right now. So you might need to change your diet, you might need to exercise more to get rid of stress, you might need to look at your sleep schedule, and that can be a little bit haywire with the opposition to Pluto from the 12th. The 12th house is the house of sleep. So there is definitely a new start with your relationship to stress. And what this eclipse wants, just for my Virgo risings who have the eclipse in the 12th, they want you to release long-standing issues of stress and burnout. But with that, you might need to take extra care for your heart and your spine and like your overall vitality. Eclipses never like predict medical problems, but they do, however, trigger the energy in which that lies. The health issues lying to the 6th house. So this is just like a good time to become more attentive towards your body, and maybe you need to arrange some qualified medical advice for persistent symptoms if you are dealing with that. Because if you're already dealing with issues within your health before Jupiter jumps into the 6th house, then it like expands those problems. So it really depends on your own natal chart. Jupiter can amplify success, you guys. So moderation is going to be very necessary with food, with alcohol, with work, with an overly busy schedule. You need to avoid also dramatic health claims or dramatic like diagnosis, extreme regimes, all of that. Regiments, is it I don't know. Avoid like going over the top with productivity, with wanting a promotion, with tearing down your body, with suddenly having this weird diagnosis that doesn't make sense. You might need to have a second opinion as well with the eclipse here. So you need to make sustainable improvements. That is going to be so much more valuable than these temporary bursts of unchanneled, like, or how do you say it? These overly like excited motivations. That is going to lead to burnout. So follow the baseline. Sometimes we can go up and down, especially Pisces. You're such an emotional creature, and this can definitely trigger like your nervous system here in the 6th house. But yeah, definitely there can be a new job, a new work structure that is going to create a more reliable income. That is definitely a possibility here. But yeah, you need a lot of discipline, and yeah, maybe your work hours can change as well. Maybe you're going to stop providing all of this professional help without like the adequate compensation. You do not need to self-sacrifice, Pisces. You're not the martyr. So yeah, Mercury is also through the 6th, and that can definitely bring some important news. regarding your job, or an employee, or like a colleague that maybe is going to share something, a missing piece of information with you. So yeah, I think I've went over the most important things. If you do need help on a health level, then you are being protected by Jupiter's role in this house, because Jupiter is going to lead you towards like the right practitioner at the right time. You're going to get the right help, surrender, believe, trust if something were to happen. Otherwise, it's just like a sense of overwork. But all of you are definitely going to start a new job, and with the Trine to Saturn in your second house, it's going to be very beneficial for creating a new stable income. Just make sure you make time to unwind from all of the noise so your nervous system doesn't get too overly triggered. So, more work, it could definitely increase your income, but only when you provide the right prices and when your boundaries are clear. And that might be a little bit of a challenge for you. So, um, avoid burnout, avoid overcommitting, and avoid these extreme health routines as well. You go with the flow. I know you're good at that. And if you are a Pisces, yeah, that has something around 20 degrees, then you need to be a little bit more careful for your health, especially because the eclipse happens at an inconjunct, in an inconjunct sign. So if you have a sun, moon, or rising around 20 degrees, then you might need to be a little bit more attentive towards your heart, back, spine, but also your feet and the pineal gland. So yeah, review how you spend your time every day, and like small habits can create a massive ripple effect over the long term, and especially over the next 6 months. And that is what this eclipse is trying to, yeah, bring you. And also, like, if you build a new routine, make sure that it's a new routine in which like both your productivity and your well-being can like coexist and are in harmony with one another, because you do not have to become exhausted to prove that your contribution matters, my dear Pisces. So a mantra for you could be: I honor my body, I value my work, and I create daily routines that support my health, purpose, and by that, it's going to lead me towards prosperity. So that was it for you. Good luck, my dear Pisces. All right, you guys, that was it for today. So I hope you all enjoyed that. I'm seeing so many people watching live. I'm feeling very grateful for all the beautiful comments, for all the beautiful confirmations in the chat. And I'm so happy that you guys are being able to receive my gift for you today. So now you've got a better understanding what actually goes on behind the scenes when I do my workshops. So if you want to join next time, then you know what you're up for. So to close this webinar for today, remember that the eclipse energy, it's not something to analyze. We need to embody and experience the energy. And Leo, it rules over playfulness. So have fun with this one, you guys. Tap into the courage to really express what your heart is telling you, what your heart wants to say to you. So allow your creative juices to flow. Dance like nobody is watching. Sing, even if like your dog or your cat is the only one watching. Like paint, write, perform, decorate, cook, make music. There are so many ways to return to your creativity. So you do not need to do everything perfect under the circumstances to make good use of this eclipse. You simply need to be yourself, and do not be afraid to let your warmth radiate and let yourself be seen and shine, and just allow other people to have space in the spotlight as well. True leadership is stepping back and letting others shine as well. That just creates a very beautiful ripple effect into the collective. And also know that creativity, it's not only reserved for like artists or performers. We are all a creative being waiting to just like show and exude our beautiful heartfelt Leo essence. And this is definitely an invite of the universe to tap into the more light-hearted sign of the zodiac. So I'm very grateful. Open your heart, make room for joy. Do not pressure yourself with this energy, and most of all, take a lot of good care. And I'm seeing so many beautiful comments in the chat. So thank you so much, Stain, for always being here and for helping me with these difficult English words when I cannot find them. I'm sending a lot of love back to you, John, and Laura as well, of course. And it's also very funny because Stain says that this was a big sandwich, but like in my West Flemish accent, so that's actually quite funny. Thank you so much for all the beautiful love. And also, oh my god, all these comments. There are just too many for me to share, but I'm actually quite grateful for each and every one of you that has been following my journey. And I also feel very happy to be able to share my little gift for you today. So, yes, please like, share, subscribe. It's an energy exchange, it keeps the channel growing. And the comments are so funny. Oh my god, I love all of you guys. And of course, do not forget to like, share, and subscribe here at the Jean-Claude Beyond Mystic channel on YouTube. And of course, also on Rumble, we're almost hitting 100k subscribers. That is actually not the case for my own personal channel, but if you want to follow me, then Astro Astrid is my own personal YouTube channel. You can also find more information there. And if you guys are triggered to book in a reading, because the eclipse is going to be palpable for the next year ahead. And of course, we are going to see multiple eclipses in Leo still within the next 18 months. And of course, like next year is going to be a crazy eclipse season because we're going to see 3 eclipses instead of 2 during our next eclipse season in the summer. So thank you guys all so much. Be sure to book in on time so that I can actually also show you where the eclipse is going to affect you. Because by looking at natal planets and by looking at which houses it aspects in your own natal chart in a Placidius kind of way, we can even go way more in depth. And I'm not done talking about this to you guys. So thank you guys all so much. You guys are so sweet. Sending a lot of love to each and every one of you, and I will see you back of course soon. Next week on Tuesday I will do my weekly show where I will be talking a little bit more about the collective energy and what the next week is gonna bring for each and every one of us. So great to see all of you guys. Sending a lot of love and hearts your direction, and have a very beautiful Sunday, and I will see you back soon with another video. Bye bye.